Alrighty. I doubt anyone's here, but feel free to let me know how it sounds. It's been a couple of days, I guess. Thank you, Damiez, for the 68-month resub. Glad to see you back, Hope everything's been well for you. Well, thank you for the resub. Thank you, Salison, for the 85 months. Hello, Kyer, 40 Fire. Augmented, paying a question mark. Thank you for the 52 months. Hello, Bleak Werewolf, Otterblood, Croak through Genso, Little Trash, the 5th. Third World Weeb, Father of Pearl, thank you for the 98-month resub, Pimp. What's good, dude? Hello, Veshby, Oak Tree, Spicy, Virtuosum, Symphonia, Sinister Strike, thank you for the 82 months. Thank you, Tired Sloth, for the 21 months. Hello, Royland Charizard, Rad Comrade, Summoner Beast, 2, thank you for the 61 months. Hello, Background _ Hello, Anchormancer, thank you for the 95 months. Hello, Richter, Skewy, Pirate Idealist, Co-James, Bivrak, Third World Weeb, thank you for the 65-month resub. Thank you, Toms27, for the 61 months. Hello, Broham, Balder, Air Always, Jack QB, Possum Brothel, thank you for the 26 months. Thank you, Trinus, for the 57 months of Tolomeo Gold. Thank you, dude. Thank you, Hoist, for the 61 months. Hello, Bruce, RTMN, Cloerba, Frosty Ash, Genius Kojumbo. Thank you, Zondel, for the 108 months. Hello, Shadow Drake, 19. Thank you, Sincerely Livy, for the 53 months. Demoose, 87, for the 64 months. Huey, for the 51 months. Shin Megami, for the 54 months. Hello, Joel TB, Rainaba, Ataki, Brisby, Ruben McCock, Neko Kurakawa, thank you for the 90-month resub. How have you been during your 2-year hiatus? I'm tired. Hello, Salvatore, Microtonal Matt, Spicy, Gasiaka, Transcendent Gauss, thank you for the Tier 3 resub of 88 months. Thank you for the Tolomeo Gold. Thank you, Brunearth, for the Tier 3 of 108 months. You guys need to cancel this shit, bro. What the fuck, dude? It's been 2 months. Thank you, Lettuce Dog, for the 27 months. KillX03 for the 6 months. Blaze970 for the 83 months. Hello, Telueti 108. Jesus Christ. XC for the 84 months. Phoenix Link for the 5 years. AF for the 83 months. Apple for Apples. Hello. Thank you, Box Tofu, for the 88 months. Little Miss Pink for the 42 months. Scully Slowly for the 67 months. Hello, Linux Maximus. Mooksy, Chocobo Joe. I feel like it's been forever since I've been able to catch a Tolomeo stream. I literally haven't streamed in 2 months. So, even if you could, there wasn't much to catch. Money Farm stream, that's right. It's going to be 3 months for the next hiatus. Hello, C. Dobbs. Hairline, Sioku, Lonko, thank you for the 95-month resub. Zeta, thank you for the 65 months. Hello, Potion Yellow, Carrick, Dumb Duck. Misa Coco, thank you for the Misa Maggot raid. Hoo-wee. Hello, Sing With Me Restaurant, Bipolar Cart, Envy780, thank you for the 43-month resub. I appreciate it. Hello, Joe20, Glitch Wizard, thank you for the 22-month resub. Hello, Perplexing Platy, Dan PMK. Azolvin Dragith, thank you for the 90-month resub. Someone changed their name. I don't recognize that one, dude. I don't recognize that one at all. Hello, Misa Coco. Thank you for the 62-month resub. He better play one of those horror games where everybody's incredibly thick. I will take your feedback into consideration, Germa Superfan. Hello, Pop-Tart, Tally, Leaton. Thank you for the 66-month resub. I appreciate it. Hello, K-Maskey, Platy Punk. Thank you for the 69-month resub. Thank you, Broham, for the 5 years. Hello, it's me, your dog. Tomato is a fruit. Miracle Johnson. Thank you for the 44-month resub. Hello, Duckworth. Valkyries. Huberto, Indecisive Ham, Lock 38, Loy V2. Hiatus Edging Goon Zone is getting more intense every time. Well, I don't think it's going to be 2 months next time, for what it's worth. Hello, Yasami. Hello, Ryu Sensei. Thank you for the 52-month resub. Hello, Alaska Bruno. Bipolar Cart. Machine Gun Weasel. Thank you for the 66 months. Hello, Damien. S'more Eater. Rutari. I think I got everyone. Hello, Listen Angelic. Kohakaru. No, I don't believe in Siggy's, dude. Can't wait to see how many Vetus games have built up in the past 2 months. Well, guess what, dude? Vetus is a bum. He hasn't released anything since I've been gone. I don't think he's released something this fucking year, as a matter of fact. So, I don't know what the hell that's about. Thank you, Ritzier, for 30-month resub. Hello, CIA Bull Operative. Hello, Beastman Ninja, Ty81, thank you for the 54-month resub. I appreciate it. Hello, Buddy, Hero of Canton, thank you for the 83-month resub. Thank you, Ilrath, for the 61 months. Hello, Jess Long. Comes back with a new job title and greater powers. Missed posting Fentbert. He was worried for his Oshi. Hello, Spell Sling. Hello, Magnet. All I dream about is work now. Hello, Repulsion. Who's this? I don't know. Some fucking jack off. Sure, that other guy has 17 new poop killers? Man, fuck Raphael Games. Like, I feel like everything he makes now, like, I shouldn't start talking shit, like, minute 5 of being back. Thank you, Kostya, for the 28-month resub. I appreciate it. Hello, 13C. CG No Re. Tolo only knows quarterly reports now. He's washed. Frame 1 shit talk. I mean, it's... He just makes games that are like references to fucking like shitty streamers now. And he doesn't even have the shittiest one, me. So it's just like pandering to fucking streamers who aren't me. And like, good for him. I'm glad he's successful. But it's like... I don't know, dude. It's just weird. I wish he'd make more games where like... You play as a guy whose dad is trying to molest you. That's what I want to play. Thank you, Midnight Note, for the 63-month resub. Thank you, Viscu, for the 62 months. Thank you, DCB, for the 72 months. Hello, Vegan Sand. Hello, Waypoint. Eminent. Graduated vet school today. Well, congrats. That's a big milestone. Thank you, Jeff, for the 38-month resub. I appreciate it. If you heard Ariana Grande's latest album, oh, homie, I have been living under a fucking rock for 2 months. I have barely done shit other than work for like 2 months. It's like my lack of streams is just because it's been the fucking gauntlet. Thank you, Miu Kuki, for the 56-month resub. I appreciate it. Don't cancel your morning plans. Hello, JJ Tizzle, Hinze. Any particular reason that plot is of interest to you? Just because it's unexpected and funny. It's something different. It's novel. It's interesting. It's not Poop Killer 19. Even without the shitty streamer references, the Poop Killer stuff was funny for like one game. Thank you, Mad K King, for the 74-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you, Variegata, for the 18 months. Uri Fajita for the 42 months. Bridgewada for the 39 months. Willie Fish for the 22 months. What's up, fellas? Damn. This is the longest I've been away, for sure. I think this is close to twice as long as the previous gap. So, sorry about that. It's really been... I have a lot of shit to talk about, to put it mildly. Thank you, Lemmy the 7th, for the 3-month resub. What's up, brother? How are you? Thank you, Max No Man's High, for the 70-month resub. Thank you, Nani, for the 83 months. I just graduated. Can I get a congrats, gay? Congrats, gay. One of my favorite gays, Nani23213. She's like 7 out of 10 Joelles, maybe, on the gay scale. Making that bread? No, I was not making any bread. I'm salaried and I don't get overtime. I've been getting fucked, dude. I've been a slave. Been in the fucking mines. I've been getting fucked for like 2 months straight, dude. It sucked. Thank you, Beef Baron, for the 5-month resub. I appreciate it. How are you, dude? Hiatus, but work can be busy. Well, it's not going to be busy as this again. Like, I work with live goods, and spring is like 100 days of hell. And we're on like day 90. So, because it's been like, welcome to, no, I don't think you understand. Like, I'm talking like, if I worked 60 hours in a week, that was on the lower end. We're talking like sleeping in parking lots 70 to 80 hours, and the majority of it, if it isn't driving, it's physical labor. So, I'm tired, bro. I'm fucking tired, dude. It's been a nightmare. Become very comfortable sleeping in the back of my Camry. Yeah, but I knew that's what the job entailed, so it's not really a complaint. It's just, that's how spring is for people in my line of work, I guess. It's somewhat balanced by being able to be lazier throughout the rest of it. Am I ripped? No, I'm toned, but I'm not ripped. I could fucking donkey kick a son of a bitch now, though. I'm telling you, though, like, my legs, oh my god. I could fucking he-honk a motherfucker in broad daylight, and they would never see it coming, and they'd be dead. Busy season ends. It's basically over. I only worked 43 hours this week. So, and I only worked 4 days this week. which is by far the smallest amount I've had to do since like February. Like the last time. Not the last time. I guess the last time I streamed was in March. But thank you, Famed Ultra Fox, for the 62-month resub. I appreciate it. How's the food holding up? So I got to my lowest body weight like ever since I was like a teenager. 162 pounds. Thank you, Genso, for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. Thanks for getting us some milk. No problem. But since this week has been slow, I've been participating in the Hungry Caterpillar Festival for like 3 days. I'm bulking. I'm dirty bulking to get that shit back. Because that's a little too light for me. I need to be a little heavier than that. Thank you, Nacho Man, for the 100-year resub. I appreciate it. Thank you, Stowe, for the Tier 3 resub of 102 months. Goddamn. How are you, dude? Tolo, I missed you so much. I mean, you've got like 70,000 years of VODs, dude, and like 7 billion other streamers. Literally lost 25% body weight. Yeah, when I started, I was like, I don't know. I don't remember. I was losing before I started the job, but 2 years ago, I was like 210. And now it's like 165 is what I'm at right now, I think. So that's a considerable drop in the last 2 years. I need to go to the sushi buffet more often. Thank you, Slomney, for the 14-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Brilliant hours of Tolomeo reruns. Feels good to be back. It's nice to see you all. Hello, Malik. Said technician women were a gift from God. Too bad he doesn't make games anymore. I mean, I agree with this guy. I think he's onto something. I missed you so much. I watched the feed or bait stream. That shit was awesome, though. Thank you, Bofin, for the 71 months. I'm now degraded myself to watching VTubers. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hello, Bookish Worm. Man. I mean, we love VTubers here. You guys are always posting funny VTuber content in the Discord. Thank you, Sir Clud, for the 39 months. Hello, Becky Gunnarecki, Methadone Anon. God damn. Wow, fuck. It's gonna be a long stream and probably not a lot of video games, so... Because I'm sure you want to know the fucking epic updates where several new main characters are gonna be introduced to you today. And perhaps one of the worst people I've ever met. Maybe the worst person I've ever met is gonna be introduced tonight. And it's a person who has absolutely like convinced me 155 fucking percent that we do in fact live in a simulation. There's no other way to put it, and I'm not gonna get into it just yet. But I'm telling you, dude, like you're not gonna believe it when I tell you about this person. It's just fucking unbelievable, man. I don't know, like, you guys didn't tell me so much stupid shit happens during gainful employment. Like, there's dumb shit and drama happening literally constantly. It's never fucking boring, dude. Like, holy shit. I don't know how you handle this. Like, it just never fucking ends with these people, dude. But it's so funny. It's so fucking entertaining. You met Maz in person? Kind of. Oh my god. Oh man. Got home from 6 hours of drama at work. People are addicted to the Russia high school. I love Fraud and Gamer. Yo, I mean, it's just amusing to me. Like, mostly because I'm not usually the one who's embroiled in the drama, I guess. I'm just kind of the guy who's... Like, I'm at the stores all fucking day, so I just end up, like, having people come up to me and tell me about whatever the fuck that dumb bitch Easter did, or whatever the hell. I thank you, Flame Resistant, for the 51-month resub. I appreciate it. Hello, Brad. No, I mean, nobody's been here in a minute. It's been 2 months since the last stream. Hello, Daka. So-called adults just never did any introspective work on them. See, I'm not even talking about that. Like, I'm just talking about, like, the amount of funny shit that happens. Like, it's not even bad stuff. It's just, like, I don't know, dude. Like, life is so whimsical. That's the only way I can put it, dude. Oh, man. Good God. Pastry chef going on 5 years in restaurant business for 13. The drama and bullshit never ends. called Switzerland at Work. It's one of the only neutral parties in office drama. Well, see, the thing is, like, I work in big box stores, but I don't work for the big box stores. So I'm a vendor that's like, I don't know, I'm just kind of there. Like, I don't have to take a side, but I don't know. I'm just there and things happen. Thank you, Silver Millennium, for the 5-year resub. Thank you. How have you been? Forward to hearing about the work drama. My own team at work, it's amazing, and I don't want them to hire anyone on to help me so I can continue to work on my own. I'm ready to be a slave driver, dude. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, like, I'm tired of doing everything. My biggest complaint with the job right now is that I don't really have time to manage things because I'm doing so much of the grunt work that it's like I need like more people to crack the whip on. Thank you, Glacy, for the 25-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh, and I have more people. Since the last stream, the size of my team has doubled. So I do finally have some more people, but they came in way too late. Like, it took me most of the last 2 months to impress upon the higher-ups that I need more labor. But that's why, like, I really shouldn't have been working more than, like, 50-hour weeks, but we've been really, really, like, dramatically understaffed, and because my district and the neighboring one are the only two that have the volume of product in the entire country that we have, they really just don't get it. They really don't fucking understand. And I think after seeing like fucking 60, 70 hours a week, and that doesn't even count the times I like convinced the store to let me stay with the night freight team or drive time, I think they finally got it. Hello, Triple Y. Hello, Bastinet. Computerless Citizen. Best way to persuade higher-ups, you need more staff, is ass loads of overtime. Well, they give me 0 hours of overtime. I legitimately have gotten 0 hours of overtime for my entire team during the last 2 months. And in fact, one employee went like 10 minutes over 40 hours 2 weeks in a row. And so the third week, HR cut her to 35 hours so she learned her lesson. So that's where we're at with my company. Thank you, Husiver, for the 32-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So I had to make up those 5 hours, basically. It's been dog shit. Like, I'm not going to lie to you, dude. I've been, like, this company's strongest fucking soldier for 2 months. Thank you, Mild Green Curry, for the 16-month resub. Moon sugar, the raw material for producing skooma, is an alchemical component derived from grasses native to elsewhere, the homeland of the Khajiit, with the substance plays a substantial role in Khajiit culture. Due to being an unrefined ingredient, skooma does not have an effect on the player in Morrowind. Moon sugar does not make an appearance in Oblivion, and that's why that game sucks. Thank you, Remember Cleve, for the 69-month resub. Thank you, Pop Tart, for the 29 months. And having a pretty shitty past few months, but talking to you in the Discord people has made me significantly more bearable. Just know I appreciate you streaming or not. Would you rather have the ability to spawn whatever food you want in front of you, or the ability... I need the ability to never get tired, because, like, average human being sleeps 8 hours a day, right? So that's 33% more productive hours if you never get tired. Assuming that it's not a trick fucking question where you still physically need to sleep to maintain your physiology, but you don't feel the sensation of being tired. But having 8 more hours in a day would be so fucking nice. It's just, I don't know, man. Even if you don't need it for like wagey productive reasons, it's like 8 more hours to play video games, dude. That sounds fucking great, doesn't it? Won't mind sleeping, but not feeling tired would be great. Hello, Red Van Dyke. Hope work hasn't been shit, just busy. Honestly, aside from just like the ridiculous amount of hours, it hasn't been bad. Because, you know, I'm always doing something. Like, it's always busy. And I do surprisingly well with busy. What I'm struggling with right now is it's starting to wind down. It's like, oh, fuck. Like, how am I going to motivate myself to go over here and do, like, an hour of work? I'm just going to get one of the wages to do it. Like, that's the part that I struggle with. When it's busy, I do pretty well. But when it's Peacetime, I don't know. I get mad lazy. Thank you, Diane, for the 35 months. Thank you, Skyblight, for the 102 months. Wouldn't want to use those 8 extra hours to work. Normally, I wouldn't either. But there's just been a few times in the last 2 months where I'm like, damn. Like, I'm talking last week, we were preparing for a corporate walk, okay? Like, all of the stores were like, we need to get them absolutely 100%. I woke up at 5 in the morning to drive to a store that was an hour away so I could be there at opening, which is 6. And I got home at like 9:30 p.m. That's like the kind of shit. And I didn't even finish. I didn't even finish what I needed to do that day. Like, I'm not a particularly inefficient worker, but like, I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. There's a lot. There's a lot. Thank you, Yaminsky, for the 62-month resub. I appreciate it. But it's just spring. Like, now that it's going into summer, I'm not going to be this busy again until, like, next March. Maybe next February. In theory. So, you'll be seeing a lot more of me, I think. You know, knock on fucking wood. But I told you guys it was going to be really rough during spring, and I underestimated how rough it was going to be. Because you got to remember, I only just hit like the 1 year mark in my job, so I've never actually done like a spring with this job before. And my spring was the worst ever because I had like an absolute fucking skeleton crew of people, and we have like 5 times the amount of work most other districts have. And that is not an exaggeration. Like, I promise you, dude. Like, I have been bawling out of my fucking mind for like 3 months to keep this shit at like a reasonable level. Thank you, Stark Angel, for the 50-month resub. Got a stomach bug for my child, so this stream is a treat. I hope you feel better. Hello, Envy, Growlix. No, that's what they refer to it as well, Balder. I hear 100 Days of Hell a lot from the people I work with. But with us, it's even worse because our big box store manager is like really heavily pushing live goods in particular. So we have a lot more expectation on us than pretty much any other district that I've ever... I mean, I haven't been to that many, I guess, but it's hard to do more than what we've done this year. Because basically, like, the general flow of my job is you put plants on tables and you have a finite amount of space on a table, right? So let's say you have a set of tables that can hold 100 racks of product. Well, once you have that space, once you have that 100 racks on there, almost everywhere else they'll be like, okay, just like stage the other racks, like the other 20, somewhere nice where people can shop them. That's not the case in my district. My guy wants me to have 0 racks basically always, which means whenever we're at capacity at any of the stores, I have to like get cinder blocks and get them to mark down like $2,000 of lumber so I can build more fucking tables for them at like every store. And I have 9 stores. So it's been uniquely challenging because no other... Like, I've had to go to other districts to help, too, because I'm the acting regional manager right now. And it kind of pisses me off a little bit because they'll just have, like, 40 fucking racks of shit standing there. And I know if that was one of my stores, I would be getting screamed at. And I'd be having to build, like, 100 feet of table to fucking get all of that shit out on off of the racks. Thank you, Yonster, for the 80-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Bro's grinding construction to 99 hours. Dude, I'm so fucking good at laying cinder blocks now, man. Like... But thank you, Drincy, for the 51-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Blows my mind that people buy so much. Well, I've noticed that things have started to slow down in terms of retail in general a lot. I wonder why that is. I wonder if there's some sort of like happening that would cause people to have less confidence in purchasing goods. I don't know, but it's weird. And it's kind of pissing me off because I know I'm obliterating and I'm still comping. But I'm like, man, dude, it could be so much better. It could be so much fucking better. You should have seen it on Mother's Day. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. But yeah, I've just been I've been fucking bawling so hard that I've like, I don't think I have any permanent damage, but I have when I wake up, I can't close my hands for like a certain length of the day depending on how much I've been working. Like this last week, I couldn't close them like all day, and I don't know what the fuck that is, but it hurts if I try to close them. It's like my tendons and my hand, I guess, like start getting really painful if I try to close them. Thank you, Mask Guide, for the tier 3 resub of 101 months. Thank you. How are you? But if I take a break and I don't work for like a day or two in a row, it gets better. So I don't think it's anything serious. Like, it feels fine right now. But, yeah. Yeah, man, I don't even know where to fucking start. So much shit has happened, but yet really, really nothing has happened at all at the same time. You know? Probably carpal. No, it's definitely not carpal. It doesn't hurt my wrist. It's specifically just like my knuckles on my hand. I think if it was carpal, my wrist would be hurting. You have health insurance for PT? I did. They offered me insurance. I think they paid like 70% of it, and I said, "Nah, dude, I'm not made out of money. I don't got time for that. Hell no. Absolutely not. I'm gonna play that Demon King game. I was until I saw that you mentioned it, which means it's entered the zeitgeist, and I don't want to play it anymore. Because if you know what it is, then it's not worth playing. So, good job. You ruined it for everyone, Dawn Flashes. You completely fucked it. You finally fucked something, you know, so. Big ups to Dawn Flashes. Oh. Aren't you glad I'm back? Aren't you glad I'm back, dude? Gotten a job and quit since your last stream? Come work for me, bro. Thank you, Jenny Yu, for the 52 months. Are you finally pregnant? No, I'm actually the lightest I've ever been. I'm like 165 pounds. So I'm the opposite of pregnant. See, it doesn't sound anywhere near as jiggly, right? Thank you, Ildaka, for the 81-month resub. I appreciate it. Health insurance is a waste until you spend one night in the hospital. I will just die. Like, just try me, bitch. Like, see if I give a fuck. Thank you, Gabium, for the 58-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll probably get it next year, but I need money right now. Let me rephrase that. I don't need money right now, but I need the money that I do have to be available in liquid. So I'm trying to like cut corners on things that I don't think I'm going to use, like health insurance. But next year I probably will get it. Thank you, Just a Gamer John, for the 74-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. How are you, dude? Need more donations and subs? Oh yeah, you know me, dude. It's the subathon. Got assets now too. Liquid, so Diet Coke, hype train time. God. So let's talk about the thing that's on everyone's mind. The most important thing that's happened. Oblivion Remaster. I sure am glad they made this. Like, oh man. Kino, Peak. Oh, good. Oblivion. Oh, thank God. Oblivion. Yeah, I'm totally going to play like 0 hours of that. I've seen here and there in the Discord, because I still read it sometimes, like, I'm not playing Oblivion Remastered. It's not fucking happening. Thank you, Trinus, for the 50 gift subs. I appreciate it. Thank you for gifting sub. Eat Break Ahead, Bassnap, More Huge, Soul4377, JJ Tizzle, Dog Sneezes, Little Trash the Fifth, LeBrite, Fluffy Pandas, Cosmic Fails, Dweebenheimer, Linus Dog Tips, Leofist, Chili King 75, Draspy, Brispy, Shken, PH, Buddy 0TB, Reapy Soul, Dur, Mario Martinez, Grizzly Adams, Triple Y Operation 5, Umi, Sable Ruin Stuff, Shake Shine, Laser Cat, 006, Just_Bees_, Chocobo Joe, Alario 95, They're Always, Dumb Duck, Omara, Sun, Ruben Macaque, Disconnected One, Crestfallen White Boy, 7 Wags, Rama BC, Eminent Robot Soul, Gaming Queen Alyssa, Krybaka, Trickery Games, Great Fox 13, Sin System, Methadone, Anon, Charizard, and Westward Wolf. Thanks, bro. No living or dead men likes it. But I'm glad people are having fun with it, but no, dude, we're the most respected community on this godforsaken website. Like, fuck everyone else, dude. Like, come on. Literally everybody loves me. Excited for Ketsuki's heart. I am, dude. I am. I was like, man, I should really not stream just so I could wait for this shitty Ketsuki game to come out, because Ketsuki, the Fear and Hunger idiot, they're rebooting their game. They have like a nice little chat GPT description for it on the itch.io page, and I'm stoked. But I'm like, man, am I really gonna like deny my people waiting for this idiot to do something? Like, no, I'm not. Thank you, Perugi, for the 26-month resub. I appreciate it. But I'm streaming that for sure, dude. Like, once that shit comes out, like, I know Matt's gonna ping me. Play Look Outside, right? I don't know what that is. Which game has you interested you the most in the last few months? Honestly, that Expedition 33 game, but I don't know. I think I'm gonna play it, but I'm gonna wait until I know that I have the time for it. Don't fuck a washing machine. Thank you, 69 Razor 96 for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's Inamina for the sub. I hope I didn't fuck your name up too bad. So Look Outside. It looked good. Children of Clay will come out one day. Thank you, The Soup, for the 26-month resub. I appreciate it. No, I've been like hopelessly fucking far behind everything, dude. Like, I know I keep harping on it, and it's probably already starting to get annoying, but I have been in the fucking mines, bro. It took me like a month and a half after it came out to beat the main story of Wilds. Thank you, Maori, for the 47-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I'll talk about the mines or crafting, Tolo. Aside from that, really all I played is Mech Warrior when I get time. I haven't even played Wilds. It's fucked up. Damn. I love Ruth doing a Jenna. When are you going to play with me in Autumn? What the fuck? Thank you, Han the Banan, for the 25-month resub. I appreciate it. Oh, man. I also love Uth Duna. My favorite is Shuwu. Shuwu is the best, man. I watched your last VOD like 8 times. During idle times, I even started idling on Misa Coco streams as fallback. Good turn-based RPG, and the French did it, if you can believe it. Yeah, that's... Didn't the French make Off? My house what? No fucking way. Did it really? Shit. I'm gonna quit my fucking job, bro. I don't want... All this shit I'm missing out on. I'm missing out on the content, homie. God damn it. Apologize for anime. New pewter and Raid Owl's big beam sure is pretty. Based. Everhood. Right, Everhood too. Yeah, a lot of shit's come out. Fuck me. Fuck me running. Where you got to stream Blueprints. There's also the new Coffin of Andy and Lele. I know about that. There's way too much shit going on. Well, I don't think Vetus or Dasso have released a new game. So maybe they were heartbroken that I've been gone. Maybe they've been waiting. They've been holding out. You know, I know they've got me. Hello, Demos. 318. Oh. Hope Dasso is okay. Me too. Pulsating Mass Dev has a new game too. Psycho Patrol R early access came out, but I don't know when the last stream. The last stream was about 2 months and 4 days ago, if I remember correctly. It has been a long time. Thank you, Punk Slayer, for the 72-month resub. I appreciate it. Labyrinth of the Demon King does look good. I've been following that one for a while, so I probably will play that. I don't know if I'm actually going to play anything tonight, but I wanted to get like all of the lore shit out of the way so the next stream we can play some games, because I really think that I'm going to have a lot more time going forward. Why is this corporate? I'm not a CEO, bro. At all. Hello, Torple. Thank you, Fanboy Bangers, for the 21-month resub. I appreciate it. Oh, man. Like, I know you guys joke about the CEO and shit, but I'd work some fucking miserable hours, dude. Like, I get so fucking dirty and nasty and just absolutely fucking filthy. Like, I don't know, man. Timmy's still your boss? No, I don't have a direct superior. I'm the acting regional right now. I guess my direct superior, if anyone, would be the director of the part of the country I'm in. But she just leaves me alone and lets me do whatever I want. So, thank you, Not Callista, for the 16-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Involving that much labor, I respect it. Well, it's satisfying when you finish. It's... Honestly, I'm not going to lie to you. The part that pisses me off... okay, I'm about to say some very, nasty things. And, forgive me for that. It's not their fault. They don't make enough money. But I think the most frustrating part of my job is how some of my employees have, absolutely zero ability to have any degree of, make the most basic judgment call or make any sort of call at all. And they just, as soon as anything even remotely unexpected happens, it's like some Chicken Little shit. And they can't just say, fuck it, we ball to some degree. Now, I guess that's fine to an extent, but let me give you an example. Okay? This literally happened 2 days ago. Hello, Wellspring. There's so many... No, they don't know shit about HR. They make $17 an hour, dude. They don't know anything about that. $16 an hour, my bank account goes down working full time. It ain't worth it. Okay, so we had a store that killed a lot of our product because they didn't fucking water it. You would think that that's an easy thing, but basically the way it works in our business is we're vendors, we put the plants out, and it is the store's responsibility to water it and keep it alive. We help them when we have hours and time, but ultimately the responsibility falls on them. Thank you, Clay Young, for the 75 months. Sorry about that. I could fucking... and you would think with their district manager, absolutely fucking, doming everyone over watering, they would be a little quicker on the uptake. Anyways, we lost about $1,500, $1,000 to $1,500 of plants, right? And so when that happens, when a certain monetary threshold has died because of negligence from the store, we have to file a claim on them to where they pay our suppliers, because we don't grow our product, but we have to go to the store managers and be like, we lost the X amount, yada yada. We all know how it works. It's not a mystery. Everyone knows how to file a fucking claim. We filed several this season. There should be no mystery as to how to do this. So the person who is going to be district manager when I move up, I told her, hey, I need you to separate it, because out of the plants that died, it was 2 different suppliers. So you need to make 2 different receipts. I said separate them and get the receipts. And she said she'd do it, and the next day she's like, this is tragic. And in my head, when someone says this is tragic, I think Alexa, play Despacito. She's like, me and the store manager had no idea we were supposed to do multiple receipts, and we did it on one. And I'm like, am I fucking stupid? I could have sworn I told you to separate them. And I scrolled up and I did. But I didn't explain it in a way where it's we cannot file an insurance claim that has 2 separate providers and have it, it doesn't work that way. You need to do a receipt for each supplier. I thought that was just easy, clear fucking knowledge for someone, not only for my person, but for the store manager who makes 6 fucking figures. That's not how insurance claims work. You can't just fucking put it all on one receipt. I said receipts and I said separate it, but I didn't give this elaborate description of something they've done before. And so they fucked it all up. Basically, it's just dude. And in my head, my eyes glazed over and I made the anime getting fucked face. And I conjured not an apple, but an image from my past. And the image was Bucky taking the fucking person and into the oven. How can you mess something that easy up, bro? It's the simplest thing in the world. How do you... I don't know. And it's just it's fine. It's fine. It's whatever. We can get it fixed. But I'm The problem with that is they always get like mad at me because they feel like I didn't explain it well enough. And maybe I didn't, but you're gonna be the district fucking manager and you can't, like, I don't know. I don't know, dude. Like, sometimes so basically, if it wasn't obvious from the last few streams, the working like a normal job has massively improved my self-perception. Like, another example, okay? I was walking with a different store with their district manager and the store manager in question, and we were talking about all the space and all the things we had to change and things we had to do. And I said, the space we have for this product is woefully inadequate. And the store manager looks at me and they say, "What did you say?" And I said, "There's not enough space." I thought I pissed him off because I said his like space that he made was inadequate. I was like, "Uh-oh, I'm about to get into some fighting words with this guy." And he's like, "Aren't you from Texas? What kind of Texan uses the word woefully?" And I'm just like, is this guy fucking stupid? I literally used the word acrimonious 30 seconds ago. And you're stuck on woefully? You didn't know what that last one meant, did you, Mark? I got you pegged, Mark. I just dominated you. You don't realize it, but I've dominated you in the marketplace of ideas. And he's like, "I've never heard a Texan use woefully before." And I'm like, well, just ignored the one you couldn't grasp. So, Mark finally got pegged. No, but I like Mark. Mark's nice. It's just like, that was really surprising to me. Got him pegged. I hate how you guys use pegged for like weird shit. Knew Jenna was going to react to that. I'm surprised Jenna's still here. Jenna's really not going to like one of my stories that I have for tonight. All right, so I guess like I can get some of the miscellaneous. Okay, no, let's start from the beginning. All right, so the last time on Tolomeo Ball Z, we got into an argument with Abuela, and the friendship with Abuela ended forever. And we hated each other, and we were going to go our separate ways, and, So, God, I'm sorry, I'm having to, like, run back to, like, 2 months ago. What even fucking happened in the last 2 months? I don't know, it was kind of weird for a while. I got a little worried because Abuela's company is kind of on their last leg, and they hired like a fucking army of motherfuckers, dude. I'm talking like 2 to 3 times the amount of people I have / had, and they have like half of the product. And the reason they can do that is because they grow their own product, so their margins are much higher. When they get a lot more money per thing they sell than we do. We only get like 10% of the stuff we sell because we're not the growers. We're just a merchandising company. And I'm not going to lie to you, dude. Fear was struck into my heart because I was pissed at Abuela, but I'm like, I respect Abuela. She's been doing this shit for 40 fucking years. And I'm like, oh God, she's got like 2 fucking people per store. And my job, a lot of it is political in the sense that we're third-party vendors. We're like Bloods and Crips. We're enemies. We're direct competitors. And we're always vying for the favorite of the big box store, which we work for. So we're always trying to look better than the other. And I'm like, oh shit. They have so many motherfuckers. And basically my theory, and I think I mentioned this before, is they know that I'm a new district manager. And so I know that they want to win back the multi-million-dollar contract we are being trialed for. That's like at the forefront of their mind. Abuela tried to poach my employees by saying, we're going to win this shit back. Don't stay with him. You have a future with us, which is why I got pissed at her. And so I'm like, oh, fuck. Uh-oh, that's a sizable army of motherfuckers. I'm just like, shit. Because the thing that's one of the most frustrating parts of my job is the stores don't know what the fuck they're looking at. So we make plant displays and we're supposed to make them in certain ways and work product and do everything a certain way. And what they care about more than anything is the stupidest shit in the world. They don't care how much leftover product you have. They don't care how good your tables look. What they want to see is someone being a drone in the garden every goddamn day. That is the number one thing they give a shit about. Thank you, Pointy Superman, for gifting a sub to Demos 318, Starlight Coffee, Just AAA Battery, Bellman 50, Sukandis, Darby Trash, Mind Fog Games, Hydrophilic Toaster, Killer Fladoodle, and B-Lord. Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate it. But they just, you know how corporate bureaucracy structures are. Like, the only thing they give a shit about is appearance. Like, they want you to look like you're busy and just be there all fucking day. Right? Like, that's what they expect. But I'm like, no, that's stupid, because we finish our shit and then we go to the next one. And we all have multiple stores, and we just don't, that's not how we operate. That's never how we operate. And the reason that they can get away with some of the shit they do that's just wrong is because they're there every fucking day, and you'll have their tables be empty. They will have like no fucking product on their tables, but they'll be there, and so they don't bitch at them because like, oh, they're doing the best they can, they're trying real hard. But our tables, we have to keep building more and more and more. There have been days where I've had to build 72 feet of fucking table space and then rearrange everything in one fucking day, because they're like needlessly hard on us because they don't see us every day. So when we are there, they're like, you need to get all of this shit out today. And it's fucked. It's completely fucked, because we're honestly beating their ass, even with the discrepancy in labor force. But they just don't see it that way. So it takes it can be really deflating, because you can make like the best looking fucking garden ever, but if you're not there every day, it doesn't fucking matter. Now I have more people, so we're there almost every day. Almost, it's like a day in between services now, because I finally got my people above me to let me have more labor. But for a while, it was really shitty, because they'd be like, "Where the fuck are you?" Thank you, Aero Kitsune, for the 88 months. Hello, Rio. Hello, Judy. So honestly, I was getting my ass beat by Abuela. I was starting off really fucking bad, because like she was having her regional come in and her director come in and actually like physically work the stores with her. So there was a point where like literally triple the amount of people that we had. I think it's only double now, but back then at the start it was triple. And I'm just like, holy fuck, man. I'm actually, and that's why I started working 70, 80 hours a week, because I don't want to fucking lose. No one was telling me like, you have to work X amount, but I don't want to lose this shit. Like, this is my fucking chance to make an impact, because we're being trialed for this contract that's worth multiple millions just in our districts that we have it. And this is my number one chance to like fucking move up. And I'll probably be fired if I fuck it up. Thank you, Zeri, for the 46-month resub. I appreciate it. So it was starting like on an absolutely dog shit level, and it was really awkward with me and Abuela for a little bit. And I was like sleeping in cars, because there would be things like, the way I try to manage is I have a couple of workers who are very good at what they do, but they're like the most conflict averse people you've ever seen in your life. They're like housewives who won't start any sort of beef, and like they just shrink away. Like the worst I've ever felt in this job is one time I got really mad at one of them. And there's like this, I don't know how to describe it, but there's like this pose that children make when you're chastising them. They kind of like shrink their shoulders down, and they kind of have both hands like over each other on their stomach, and they're looking down a little bit. And I felt so fucking bad, because I felt like I was just like brutalizing this person. I wasn't yelling or anything, but I was chastising them pretty hard over something they did. And I was like, wow, these, like, I just can't do that. That's not how they're not ever going to react to that well. Thank you, Zane Greedon, for the 61-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Power came back much quicker than last time. I have no cohesive thoughts on your problems, but I'm glad you're managing somehow. Well, they came to a work day where we were set out to do a specific thing in a specific time frame and started like arguing over the details over it. And I said, we do not need to do this right now. This is not important, and we need to do our fucking job. This is not what we need to be talking about right now. Like, you have a valid point, and we will talk about it, but now is not the time. But anyways, the reason I mentioned that is I can't trust them to... Putting it that way makes me sound evil. It's just not really in their skill set to do conflict management. So what the resolution I've come to with them is I can trust them to hold down the fort, but once something happens with like a store, like a conflict with the store, the other vendor company, I need to step in. And I go over there and make sure they know that if they cry for mama, they're going to get mama. That's my strategy, because people don't like dealing with me that much when I do that, because I'm very direct and I do not care. I am not conflict averse. I will go up in your face, say, hey, what's the problem with this? We need to get this fixed now. And I will not, we're fucking adults. Let's go ahead and get this fixed. None of us have time for this shit. What's going on? Thank you, Sir Pisley, for the 39 months. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So there would be days where I have to like do our highest volume store from like 6 to 12. And then they would have an issue with a manager at a store 2 hours away. So I have to drive there, and I arrive at the store at 2, and I get in the manager's shit, and he's like, okay, well, we figure it out, and we come to a compromise on the thing we were arguing about. And basically it results in me being there until 11 at night. But here's the conundrum. I've made a commitment to be at another store at 5 in the morning the next day. And it takes me 2 hours to drive home. So I can drive home, get there at 1, and then I have to wake up at 3 because it's 2 hours to the other store, and I have to be there at 5. So what I do is I go and I drive to the other store. It takes about an hour to get there from that one, and I just sleep in the parking lot for 4 hours and wake up. And that shit fucking sucks ass, but that's what I had to do to, you know, keep parity with the level that the other side was putting out, just because of how many fucking people they had. Hello, Hagman69420. So, like, let me show you something. I'm actually gonna show you a picture of that'll help to give you like an explanation of how do I even add like pictures and shit to this. Hold on. Okay, so this is one of my stores. Let me find it. Okay. So this is what this shit is supposed to look like when it's been serviced and you do a good job. This is I would say this is about 60% of our product in this one store, and I have 9 of these, and it takes so fucking long to get all of these pots straight and all the tags facing forward, and they have to all be arranged in a specific way. Like, the short ones have to be in the front, the tall ones in the back, and you see like how there's a gap in the table. That's because I ran out of space and I had to build like 16 extra feet of fucking table there. These tables last year were 32 feet long. They are now 64. Thank you, Bijazat, for the 71-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And the reason this shit takes so long is if we get, let's say we get a delivery where it's all tall plants. Well, now we have to fucking fix everything because it has to go shortest to tallest. And so what do you do if the things you get are of a very, like a massive discrepancy in height, and you have to shuffle everything around? So you have to like completely fucking reorganize everything like every week. And we have 9 of these. This is a mid-volume store. This isn't even a high-volume one. And this is the most we have in one area, but this is about 60% of the tables we have at this particular store. We have others, but they're not all together like that. That's just like the shrubs. And we have all sorts of other shit. So it's like, it's fucking crazy, dude. Like, this is a picture from last week, and I got it looking this way because they were supposed to have a corporate walk, and it took me 2 days to get it in this state. And then they canceled the corporate walk and changed which store they were going to. And so I had like 5 hours to get the other one ready. So it's a lot of work. It's a lot of fucking work, dude. But this store is my favorite because the managers all love me, and they'll buy me like fucking coffee and shit. Had it mostly ready. You did. I'm going to tell the full story on that, but we got to try to keep it going in a linear line. Rate your table crafting skills from 1 to 10. So here's the thing. Like, you might notice, hey, Tolomeo, you're an idiot. The bottom cinder block, they're crooked. Well, guess what? The store drives forklifts and shit around, and customers hit the bricks with, like, carts and shit, so you can never keep them straight without constantly, like, fixing it up, and I'm not doing that. All I care about is how the plants look, and I'm telling you, if you go to your big box store with plants, it's not going to look this nice. I bet my fucking left nut on it, dude. I bet my left nut that it's not going to look like this. My stores look really, really fucking nice. Thank you, Gray Sketch, for the 30-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Look at this, and if one person tried to do this, they can tell working on it for 12 hours is not a time. Well, see, here's the thing. It's like RuneScape. Like, my job is so much like RuneScape, bro, because, like, if you have empty tables and you have racks of plants, it takes, like, 2 hours to get all of the plants onto it, right? But once you have an established set, and we call these sets, and you need to fit a new delivery on, let's say that you have something that's 80% of the way complete. Getting it from 80 to 85 takes longer than getting it from 1 to 80. Getting it to 85 to 92 takes longer than all of it, and getting it from 92 to 100 takes for fucking ever, dude. Like, I have my own leaf blower. I blow all the fucking floors out. You have to make sure every single pot is, like, reasonably straight. So even the ones underneath the table, I try to get them straight with the fucking tags facing forward. It's a nightmare, bro. Like, I hate plants. I don't even like plants. So it takes for fucking ever. Do the plants make a decent profit to the extent that... Yes, they do. Dude, oh my God, man. See, part of the reason I've been frustrated with my company is I'm not completely stupid when it comes to math. I know how to do numbers. And one of my programs, of which I have many, I did the math for how much we make off of it. And I deduced that the entire salary of the team could be paid for plus 40% additional profit off of our cut. And that's one program out of like 7. Maybe there's something more I don't understand. But we are probably the most profitable district in the entire fucking country. I'm safe betting that. Just looking at the numbers that we're pushing. The problem is, the way my company does budgets is they're going off of last year's budget for our labor force. And our last year, we didn't have 1/4 of the shit we have now. So I've had to be like actual Superman to get this shit like looking good. Because like I said, the district manager of the store is super like... He's honestly the closest thing I have to a boss, because if he walks them every fucking week, and I have been in the woods with my wife and dog in a creek at like noon on a Saturday, and he'll call me like, hey buddy, there's 5 racks at this store. We need to get these taken care of quickly. And I'm like, oh my fucking God. And it's always the store where the employee does not want to work Saturday. And so I always have to fucking clean it up and fix that mess. So I'm on call for like a dude who's in charge of like 9 fucking big box stores all day, every day. And now that sounds shitty. But I'm also the Sultan. It's like I know this is going to sound ridiculous, but I am probably the second most important / influential person in my district, because I can go into a store that makes $50 million in sales in a fucking year and say, I need you to mark down $2,000 of lumber, and I'm going to build 72 extra feet of table in your garden center. And they just do it. They let me. They know that I have that relationship with the big box district manager, and if they don't acquiesce to what I'm asking, I can just go to him and they're going to get in trouble. So I have carte blanche to like make any sort of display that I want at any of the stores. So there's benefits to it, and that's why I work those fucking hours, is because I have every interest in keeping that fucking benefit. Because I can tell he's the kind of guy where if I go bum mode and like disappoint him for a week or 2 in a row, it's over. Like, it's just done. Like, thank you, Trash Snake, for the 3 months in advance. I appreciate it. Thank you, dude. So it's super satisfying because my stores look really, really good. probably the best in this entire part of the country, in my opinion, that I've seen. I'm very arrogant, I guess, with my job, but I don't know. I'm pretty fucking good. I'm pretty fucking good, dude. Because, like, that store that I just showed you with the 3 tables, that is the hardest store for me, because normally I have 5 tables and I have to segregate them into 5 distinct categories of plant. But that one, there's only enough width in the garden center for 3, so I have to do some dumb shit. And it's really, really difficult to get everything looking good in that one, because I'm basically having, like, Frankenstein hybrid tables. Hello, iguana in your ass. Gordon Ramsay of plants? No, I don't know shit about plants. That's the funny part. Like, once some old lady's like, do you know where the rattle-dicked peonies are? I'm like, I don't know what that is. I'm sorry, I just put the fucking plants on the table. I just spin the pot. I don't know shit about the actual plant. Just make it look nice. Like, I don't fucking care. And that sounds like it would be a downside. But it's honestly the biggest flaw people have in this line of work is when you have to throw plants away, people are like, but it's alive, I don't want to throw it away. And I understand that, but here's what fucking happens. We have to talk about feedback loops and the bigger picture. Because during this time of year, you almost always have like a rack or 2 of plants that are new, fresh, that need to go on the table as soon as you have space. So if you're keeping things that are dying, that nobody's going to buy on the table, by the time you finally have your boss come in and say enough is enough, throw that shit away, the stuff that's been on the racks will be in the same condition that the first batch will have started in, because it's been on a rack and it doesn't get watered properly. And then you have another round of dying plants, and then your sales go into the shitter. So you have to like be a plant genocidal maniac, because like all of my people like, oh, it's my biggest weakness, I can't throw the plants away. And I'm like, so I make a show of it. When they don't throw it away, I go in there and I throw like 7 carts of shit away. And I'm just like, this is what you need to do. I don't know, dude. Thank you, Matoko, for the 108-month resub. I appreciate it. Bro came back with the milk. Nature of the... Yeah, and it really does suck. Like, I get why they don't want to do it, because it embodies some of the worst aspects of our society and how wasteful we are. But nobody's gonna buy a fucking azalea that has 3 leaves on it. I'm sorry. Like, there's no universe where that is ever going to sell. And when you make the conscious decision to keep that occupying real estate that could be inhabited by otherwise healthy product, you're fucking killing more than you're saving, honestly. Honestly, you really are. Because you can't look at the big picture. Because no one's going to buy that. We can't mark it down. It needs to fucking go. Thank you, Jams Sasanachu, for the 60-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Plant eugenics always wins. Just went up to 51 months, too. Picked the lesser of 2 evils. Chilkawa Joxy. I don't know what the fuck that is. Thank you, McDonald. 5-month resub. I appreciate it. Anyways. So I'm working, like, mad to keep this district in... She needs to stop my entire fucking life is laughingwomen.jpg. Is this a game stream? Fuck no, it's not, dude. This is a job lore stream, bro. Man, oh man. So anyways, I've been working like a dog, and there was one day I must have looked really fucking pissed, because I go up to Abuela. I don't go up to her, but I'm around the vicinity of Abuela. And she goes up to me and she says, you know, you're the hardest working manager I've ever seen. And I look at her like, where the fuck did that come from? Why are you telling me this shit? I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. Like, why are you fucking saying this to me right now? Because if you remember, the reason I was pissed at her is she was like lying and saying like I didn't do anything and all I do is talk and blah 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 blah. So she's like saying, you know, you're always working hard and you're the hardest working manager I've ever seen. And I'm like, fuck, okay, well, that was really weird. And I go and start working my plans. But the more I thought about it, I'm like, she doesn't strike me as the sort of person who will ever say, like, I was wrong about this and I apologize. And I think that was her way of apologizing. So we're on okay terms right now. It's not the same as it was before, but we're doing all right. Thank you, Kratok, for the 22-month resub. Appreciate it, dude. Good nose. Good nose. I do have a good nose. It's very big. Good news, Tolo. Cole gave me Phantasmia. Everything smells like cigarette smoke if I don't breathe manually. That sounds fucking horrible. That sounds fucking awful, dude. That is one of my least favorite smells in the entire world. I'm so glad restaurants don't have smoking zones anymore. Thank you, Dirty Dan, for the 72-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you, Random Comfy Emote, for the 80-month resub. But here's the thing. I don't think any of you will have remembered this at this point. But in one of the previous streams, like 8 months ago, I mentioned there was someone who my employees introduced me to who wanted a job, and I turned her down because she said I was handsome. And I felt like she was trying to curry favor with me. And she also had her and Abuela had a history. So I was like, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that at all. Hello, Stale. But once me and Abuela had that falling out, I'm sitting here looking. I'm like, she found me in the same fucking store and started asking me like if I'm hiring, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I'll hire you. And so she's also very old, and I'm like, you know what? Abuela Blanco. Abuela Blanco. That's your fucking name, lady. And she fights with Abuela, dude. Like, it's so fucking funny because we all get along, but then like the random Abuela's workers will be like, the person you have in this store is really mean. She keeps messing with Abuela, and I'm like, oh wow, that's terrible. I'll have to talk to her about that. And I don't. I fucking don't. But I'm like, I have her over there like Abuela terrorism in the fucking garden center. And I specifically hired her for like Abuela PvP zone in the high volume store. And she just fucking annoys. She will literally just spend all of this time annoying the fuck out of that. It's so fucking funny, dude. Like, she's a terrorist, man, and it's so goddamn funny to me. Because Abuela Blanco used to work for Abuela, and they had a falling out. And so now she has to see the Abuela Blanco every fucking time she goes into those stores. It's so good, dude. It's so good. Oh, man. And then she's just really fucking weird. Like, she's like, she'll say like weirdly nice things to me. She's like, I like following you when you're at the store because I have a lot to learn from you and the way you talk to managers and shit. And I'm like, what I'm saying to the manager, hey bud, think I need some more space? Yeah, we don't have any space. Could you, let me, build some tables? Yeah. And she definitely tries to curry favor with me, which is kind of funny. But she sent me a video last week that was one, like, I don't know how many of you have been in management positions, but in my brief tenure as a manager, I have learned that there is nothing scarier than your phone saying one of your employees has messaged you and it just says image or video. My blood goes cold, and I'm like, oh my fucking God, what now? Are they going to show me a picture of like a truck with like 17 destroyed racks? What is this going to be? And she sent me a fucking video. Let me see if I can find said video. I know I have it on here somewhere. But can I... And it was... Everyone who works in this industry is neurodivergent as fuck. Like, that's all I'm gonna say, dude. leave him alone. Like, why would you send your boss that? Just out of fucking, like, she's just showing me, like, she's just, like, whipping out her abuela dick and, like, splooging all over a frog. And I'm like, what the fuck? It is 8 o'clock at night and you're sending me this shit. And I said, that was rude. That was very rude. And she thought that, she apologized. She's like, I won't send you frogs anymore. And I'm like, no, dude, don't, why are you spraying the frog? Like, leave him alone. Like, you interrupted his beautiful song. And it's just like, dude, like, come on, man. But yeah, Abuela Blanco is a good team member. I'm a big fan of her. And then I have like a moral conundrum with my newest employee. When I was hiring them, I was like, okay, I need your name, email, address, all the commas, right? And so they sent me their fucking info and shit. And they didn't send the address, and I'm like, okay, well, they must have read his email address. So I asked them what their address was, and they gave me an address, and they didn't give me the zip code, so I had to, like, type it in and look up what the fucking zip code was, because I didn't want to wait for them to respond. And I guess, like, from them discussing it with other employees, they've informed me that they currently live in a car. So I have, like, a 20-year-old Generation Alpha, like, El Goblina, like, full-spectrum warrior employee. And I'm just like, what the fuck do I do about this? Like, what the hell is going on with this shit? Like, I guess she got kicked out of her parents' house and her boyfriend got out of jail. And I'm like, am I going to get the news that she gets, like, murdered by her boyfriend or some shit, like, in 2 months? And I have no idea, like, what to do or, like, if I even should do anything. I think what I'm going to do about that one is, like, I'll give them the opportunity sometimes. I'm like, oh, there's not much left to do. You could, like, take the rest of the day off if you want. I'm going to make them fucking work 8 hours a day every single fucking day so they make more money, because I don't know what the fuck is going on with that situation, but it's some weird shit. Thank you, Logan2131, for the 108-month resub. I appreciate it. Stop hiring women. Well, I work with plants, and here's the thing. Here's the fucking thing. I'm not joking when I say that there's one man for every 9 women in this field, I guess. The overwhelming majority of people who do this shit are women. So it is pretty hard to find men who want to do this. Offer a place to shower if they smell and be discreet. She doesn't smell. Like, initially what I thought is, like, she's like, oh, and this is going to make you laugh, because I was like, wow, she dresses like Billie Eilish. She probably doesn't want to, she probably dresses, like, with really baggy shit to avoid attention. No, she's fucking homeless. Oh, all right. Well, you know, Tolomeo in charge of psychoanalyzing people. Fucking swing and a miss on that one. Thank you, Avianer, for the 75-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So that's like I don't know what to do about that. I'm not gonna tell anyone. I'm not gonna fucking, like, fire her or anything. But I don't know. Like, it's so weird to me, because it's like, I guess all I could do is just make her work 8-hour shifts. So please just let her continue working. Well, it's just like, that seems like a fucking, like, dire situation, but it's not really any of my business. And then I had my first negative, like, really, really negative experience with this job, where I have the person who's in line to take my position. They have a habit of just kind of, like, doing whatever the fuck they want instead of listening to my directives. Part of me can't blame them for that, because this entire thing started, she used to be the district manager, and then I replaced her. So I understand there's going to be times where it's going to be a tough pill to swallow, like, listening to me. Especially considering she has, like, 5 years of experience, and I have 1. But I promise you, like, when I first moved here, I was like, damn, like, I kind of feel like I wasn't really needed or necessary. Now, I'm very necessary. I've dispensed with that particular notion. Hello, Ashlyn. How are you, dude? Thank you, Something Hill Zone, for the 87 months. I appreciate it. But anyways, like, I was pissed at her because she once again did, like, some dumb shit. Like, okay, so here's an example. She'll say, I'm going to go work at this store. There's nothing to do with this one. And she won't ask me. She'll just, like, make the executive decision, okay? And then, like, 2 days later, one of her stores will message her and say, like, the next time your boss sends you somewhere else, let me talk to him, give him peace of my mind. I'm like, I didn't even fucking do that. Like, I want her to stay here. Like, but she never accepts, like, that responsibility. Because she's, I don't know. And so I told her, and be honest with me, what would your reaction be if we were in a professional relationship? Let's say, like, you worked for me, or it doesn't have to be me. A lot of you probably find that, like, a hard pill to swallow working for me. So just imagine your current boss saying, sometimes I feel like you don't listen or respect me. That's, like, to me, that's, like, not a particularly inflammatory comment. Like, that's not a nice thing to say, but that's pretty mild, like on the mild end of criticism to me. Well, what ended up happening is she ended up screaming at me over the phone for an hour and a half. Because there's no way to prove that you in fact respect and listen to someone than to ignore everything you're saying and scream at them for over an hour. Just immediately just like yelling, like fucking, like, you're the district manager! And like, because I was saying, the reason I said she doesn't listen or respect me is because I'll ask her, hey, can you work on Saturday? And she'll say, okay, if the weather's good, I'll be there Saturday. And so I go to her store, and I'm working there, and it's raining a little bit, but I'm like, hey, the rain's not too bad. Can you come to work? I'm at a car show. Okay. And so I do her entire store. I'm there till past closing. I literally do like a fucking 11-hour shift to get as much done as I can because I don't have faith that she'll fix it. And this happens like every other fucking weekend, right? And when I would mention that as an example of her not listening, she would say, I said, yeah, this happened, and then you said you were at a party. She's like, I wasn't at a party. I was at a car show. Checkmate atheist, I guess. All right, damn, okay. Well, fuck, my bad. And it's like, you're the district manager. It's your job to cover my stores. And it's like, that's true, but I cover them every weekend, and I do more in your stores than you. You have a job to do. And that's a very scary thing to be saying when you're about to be the district manager. So I'm going to put, your nose isn't going into the grindstone, lady. Your entire face is going into the grindstone. And then I'm going to replace you once you get mad and quit. That's what's going to happen. Then dish best served cold. And maybe she won't. Maybe she'll rise to the occasion. It's fine. I don't mind a little bit of insubordinance. But like, one of the funniest things she says is like, I don't disrespect you. Disrespect is yelling at each other. Like you and Abuela did that one day. And I'm like, you're yelling at me right now. And she says, yeah, but it's not in a garden center. Checkmate atheist. I didn't think about that. You know what? Upon careful consideration, you right. Yeah. So that's the level of, like, the caliber of person we're dealing with. And I'm just like, holy fuck. And I kept telling her, like, I never raised my voice. I was like, okay, I know for a fact, like, if I raise my voice, she's going to, like, bring it up with HR or whatever. Thank you, Twitching Cheese, for the 84-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So I'm just like, I'm not yelling at you. Please stop yelling at me. And she's like, yell at me! Yell at me! And you sound like a cunty person to deal with. And yeah, if you're a lazy piece of shit, yes, I am. Absolutely. Because I expect people who are in line to be promoted to a district manager position, I expect them to do their fucking job and not lie about whether or not you can make it to work on a particular day. If that makes me cunty, then yes, absolutely. Because despite her yelling at me for an hour and a half, I did not write her up or anything. You should hang up and not even indulge that kind of behavior. You not get paid to listen to that. The thing is, I work 70 hours a week, and I don't have time to replace people. And I've been like people in here and like in stream and Discord have yelled at, like, I'm used to being yelled at. Like, I don't care. Like, it's the baby throwing a tantrum. Like, wham, 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 wham. So I'm just like, please stop yelling at me. I'm not yelling at you. Please stop yelling at me. I'm not yelling at you. And it's like, this is how I deal with conflict. Me and my boyfriend yell at each other all the time. I'm like, I am not your boyfriend, first and foremost. Like, I don't know why you would say that. So yeah, that's like my biggest fear now is like, what's going to happen when I'm regional and she's district manager? Like, that's going to be tough. Like, I've been trying to work on her and she's improved in a lot of ways, but like, she completely fucking crashed out over nothing, dude. It was kind of embarrassing. Start keeping record of her communications you trying every time she doesn't do her job anyway. Oh yeah, I take pictures of how things are when I arrive and then versus when I leave. Be fired at my job if you even close to that sort of behavior. So here's the thing. Like, the people who work under me are not highly trained professionals. Like, a lot of you probably, I know you work in like something that's very white collarish, Motoko. These people make like $16, $17 an hour. You know, I understand that on a professional level. I cannot hold them to the same sort of standards as people who have invested like years and degrees into higher education. It's just never gonna work. It just doesn't work that way. They do not get paid enough to. I mean, that's still way over the line what she did, but I mean in a general sense. I kind of have to deal with more shit from them on average because it's just the way it is in my line of work. Got fired for yelling at another driver once, and like I said, ultimately I don't care. I have been like treated like dog shit so many fucking times. It just doesn't matter. As long as she gets the work done most of the time, that's fine. And if she doesn't rise to the occasion when it's time for district manager, then I will just I will then I'm gonna like start cracking down once she has that position, because I don't like, if someone who's just a merchandiser, I can't expect that much out of them. But a district manager, I'm gonna be much more strict with the way she behaves. I'm gonna write her up if she ever yells at me again. In fact, when we go through expectations on promotion, I say, if you ever yell at me again, you are going to get fired. I do not ever want that level of disrespect again. Because the reason it pissed me off is because I've tried really hard to get her job back, because she has, most of the time, she has done a good job. And I know how much she wants that position, and I personally think it's the right thing to do to give her another shot, because even though I didn't know it would happen, my presence here deprived her of something she had that she wasn't doing god-awful at. Time to set expectations is now, not later. No, that's not how it works in a professional environment. Nobody does that. Like, I'm someone who says when I am a merchandiser, I need to be trying to do district manager responsibilities. When I'm a district manager, I'm someone who says I need to start working on like what a regional manager does. Nobody thinks that way except for the extremely ambitious. If you tell someone making $16 an hour they need to start like modifying their behavior for when they are promoted, what they are going to say is, I will do that when I get promoted. And that's not entirely unfair. So it doesn't work that way, right? Expectations based on occupation, not in a relationship, they're coworkers. Is this whole intro going to be RuPaul-esque? Congrats on entering the workplace. Get real. I'm sorry you're mad, Dire Wolf. Were you one of those idiots who go onto streams like, streaming, it's not a real job. I have it so much harder than everyone else. Here, you know what? Do me a favor and never come back. What's up, Bandit? Led on to believe I would be promoted only for someone newer than me to get it due to military background and nepotism, so I stopped caring. Yeah, that's understandable. I think you walk and talk in robot for 51 months. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Dennis. So that's another thing I'm trying to work on is I've been way too patient with a lot of people in here, and that like leaks into my job. Like I am way too nice to people. So I need to start being a little bit more, need to knock that shit off. That is a weakness of mine. Hello, chimpanzee. Person who stole the job is my best friend. That would be tough, man. What advice would you want for... I've never watched RuPaul. Thank you, Lululand, for the 80-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Someone who works full-time listening to his work adventures is one of my favorite... Yeah, if you don't... I'm not saying you're saying this, but if you're crying about what is happening on the stream has literally never turned out well for anyone, try it at your own risk. Own boss tries to force that act like a higher position mentality on everyone too, some kind of bias against that. See, well, I don't think it's something you should impose on other people, but I think that my mentality is, I understand that I've been getting lucky. I know that's what people say, like bottom level to regional manager in 1 year is a lot of luck. But a lot of it is just because like I do try to learn and be the best. Like I'm very competitive with everything I do. Hello, Kate and Dart. Thank you, Empty Perspective, for the 86 months. Appreciate it. Hello, Lido War. Want to dangle this carrot in front of you? Start working smarter and harder. Yes, exactly. I agree. But I want to be prepared for when the opportunity presents itself. Thank you, IB Wayne, for the 100-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Like, I understand that, like, I cannot impose that mentality that I have on someone who makes $16 an hour. Oh, I just need them to not, like, completely crash out over the mildest criticism and actually do their job. Because, like I said, I have never written someone up. So if I sound cunty in the workplace or whatever, not really. I would say... I'm generally I have high expectations, but I'm very patient if you're actually trying. I just think when we're being trialed for a multi-million-dollar contract and everyone has invested like so much blood, sweat, and tears into making this work, you taking every weekend off and like lying about whether or not you'll be able to go to work is not just disrespectful to me, but to the entire team. Especially if you're someone who is in a position where you want to advance to that next level. It would be one thing if you were just gonna like be a part-timer forever, but that's not the case with this one. Hello, Zadok. When I have no path to promotion, haven't gotten a raise in. Yeah, I mean, logically, I understand that most of the time when you go above and beyond, it's not going to result in that. But think about it, right? My limited experience, and I know that whenever I talk about this, people get so fucking mad. But like with anything in life, if you just assume you're not gonna get something and put in minimum effort, you're just not gonna get it. You're just not, like, unless you get extraordinarily lucky, or there's someone really likes how much dick you suck. Like, you're just gonna be on that level 0 forever. Now, putting in the extra effort doesn't guarantee you getting to level 1 or level 2, but it's gonna be really fucking hard to get there if you don't put in that effort. It's the way I look at it. Now, everyone's personal experience varies, of course, and it depends on what kind of job you're working. But with mine, that is definitely bore fruit for me. Thank you, Most Creative Name, for the 66-month resub. I appreciate it. It's relevant, but I got my first 2 certifications in the last weeks. 1 more left, and I'm officially an actual controller. Nice. Congrats, dude. I mean, manager, not because I actually want it, because it's the only way to get a raise. I went above and beyond, and they gave me the work of 2 people with a 5% raise. Now I just go above and not beyond. People lie about giving me a promotion, stealing my research, and publishing my work under their name before. Yeah, like I said, everyone's going to have varying experiences with it. I think for me, what it ultimately boils down to is I'm a middleman in a lot of ways. And my boss asks the stores and the people I work with how I do. And so if those stores see me like busting my ass working fucking 1 million hours, they're going to relay that to my higher ups. And it's also another thing where in my occupation, one of the biggest metrics for how well you're doing is how many stores in your district are complaining and escalating things. And I run this shit. Like, no one ever fucking complains. If they do, they're complaining directly to me, and it never gets farther than that. So I just got this shit unlocked. What's going on, Lone Wolf Knight? Call you the manager? I mean, yeah. Anyways, now that Jenna's gone, I can tell you about some of the good things. I can stop talking about some of the actual, like, work and talk about some of the funny shit that has happened. So, shit, she's still here. All right, well, she can be part of it, too. We can have a little intermission. There was one day I was at a store doing nothing in particular. Just a normal fucking day. And I'm working on a table inside, and two people pass by me, and I look up to see them, and one of them is someone with Down syndrome. Very clearly a person who has Down syndrome. And I'm like, oh. And I just look back down like I would with anyone else. And I'm working my plants, and about 2.5 seconds later, I hear a fucking noise. A noise that never in a million years I would have expected. Like, what the fuck? And I look up, and the man with Down syndrome has his fist extended towards me in a gesture of solidarity. I guess he felt like I looked like I wasn't having a good time, and he gave me a bro fist. And I'm like, what the fuck? That was some weird shit. But I was like, hey, today's not that bad, right? And so that was strange. It was a really nice interaction. And now I have to talk about the devil. The worst person I have ever met. I fully believe with every fiber of my being that this universe is a simulation after meeting this person. Abuela hired a new girl for one of the stores. And get this. Her name is Genesis. And when I say Genesis, I mean Jenna Sis is how it is spelled. It is Genesis. And she is the fucking most exasperating person I have ever fucking met in my entire goddamn life. I need to find an image really quick. Have you ever met someone in your life where you didn't necessarily dislike them, but they were the absolute, like, antichrist to your personality? They were like, it's just fucking the polar opposite in every way, where every single interaction you have with them results in this. Every single fucking time they open their mouth, this is the face you make. That is Genesis for me. Thank you, I Like to Paint, for the 26-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And it is just, okay, so let's talk about Genesis. Let's talk about Genesis. What are some of the things Genesis has done? Well, the very first time I remember meeting her, I'm out there, like, I show up to the store, and she starts talking to me, saying, I'm the new hire guy. If you need help, or if you have any advice for me, please give it to me. Which one is you? I'm on the left. Thank you, I Like to Paint, for gifting a sub to Snud Puggett, Tonkatsu, Van Wanders, Senon FPS, the Trash Man, the second. Thank you very much, dude. She says that she wants to make the stores look like, quote unquote, Disney on Ice. And I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't know what that is. But now everyone says that. Like, she said that, and, like, we all repeat it now. So now everyone uses, on both fucking sides of the aisle, like her company and mine, describe, like, the standard of quality as, quote unquote, Disney on Ice. And she's very fucking talkative, and she says the most random shit ever. Hello, Ghost Reaper. How are you, dude? She's like 20 years old. She's a fucking Generation Alpha baby. And, like, the next interaction I had with her, we were working, and I was just like, man, I have a very dark sense of humor sometimes. And I just said, something along the lines of, I'm starting to think that Kurt Cobain guy had the right idea. Thank you, Shades of Grey, for the 69-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. This is the kind of thing I say. I didn't think about it. I probably shouldn't have said that in the workplace, but I said it. And she looked at me for about 5 seconds. And you know what she fucking said to me? Who's Kurt Cobain? And I'm like, now I'm making this face. You see why I'm making this face now, right? You see why I'm the one on the left now, right? you see, right? And I'm like, oh, he was the lead singer of Nirvana, and he blew his head off with a shotgun. And so I was like, okay, this is about to get mad awkward. And you know what Genesis says? Genesis says, well, it's okay. I have those thoughts sometimes too. When I get those dark thoughts, I like to go outside and look at the sky. And I'm just, I'm still making the face on the left. Like, I've never stopped making that face during this entire interaction. And I'm like, damn. Thank you, Shades, for gifting a sub to Glitchy Bug. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And she's just, and I'm like, what the fuck? And okay, so let's rewind a little bit. Let's rewind. So you remember that one store I showed you not too long ago? This one. This is the store she works at. And I was sitting here thinking like, oh my fucking God. Like, I don't know how I'm going to fit all of this shit. And I'm sitting here like, I do this thing where I've just got like my hand on my fucking temple and I'm just like thinking about how I'm going to get it. And I don't know, this makes you seem like you're the weird. You literally use the wrong form of your and misspelled weird. You are so uneducated, it's embarrassing. I am a homeschool feral child who has been a streamer for my main method of employment throughout my 20s, and I could dog walk you in the SAT, bro. You're going to get like a 50, and I'm going to get like 55. So you need to learn how to spell weird before you start calling people that, first and foremost. And you should also learn the proper, like, I'm homeschooled, dude. I played World of Warcraft instead of doing high school. I know the difference. I know how to spell weird. But wait. So I'm sitting here, looking at this. I'm not talking to Genesis. I'm sitting here looking at it. And she comes over and she starts, I'm feeling it. I'm really feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. And she just keeps saying that over and over until I look at her. And I'm like, Genesis, I cannot do this right now. I'm not, no. Keep SpongeBob out of this fucking garden, okay? Like, do not do this to me right now. And thank you, Noodle Slayer, for the 92-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And so, she knows Mr. Krabs? I don't fucking know, bro. And so, she starts talking to me like a few days later about how she's a streamer. Yeah, Yep. And I'm like, oh yeah, that completely explains everything. How she does like cooking streams or some shit. I'm like, oh my fucking God. No way. That's the worst thing I've ever heard. And she said that her chat picks on her because while she's been working in this job, she's lost weight, and that really bothers her because she's worried someone's going to like come up to her and shove her, and she's not going to have the weight to remain upright. And so I start, like, has that ever fucking happened, Genesis? Has anyone ever tried to shove you, just randomly? And she says, no. Like, why are you worried about that? Like, you never know what's going to happen. And so later that day, I'm like, hey, Genesis. And I just, like, fucking, like, flinch her out, and I just, like, I'm going to shove her. And she's like, that wouldn't work. I would dodge. And she starts doing like this fucked up like Bloodborne sidestep to show how she would dodge the shove. And I'm just sitting here like, I don't fucking know what to do. I really don't know what to do with this person. And so she like shuffles off and like side dodges over to another part of the store. And so I go to a different part and I'm working on my fucking table. And I turn around and guess what I see? I see Genesis saying nothing and pointing at me. And I look at her, and she's looking at me, and I'm looking at her, and she's looking at me. And she says, you know that monkey from Family Guy? And then she walks off. fucking Genesis, dude. Like I can't deal with it. And then, like, her big boss was there, and, like, a couple of their coworkers invited me to go to lunch with them. And the entire time, she was, like, stimming at lunch, bro. She was, like... She was eating what she called a gyro. She got a gyro with beef in it. And she wanted nothing on it, and she started biting it. And then in between bites, she would take like a bottle of mustard and just pour like a bunch of fucking mustard in that son of a bitch. And then take another bite and then put more mustard in. And I'm just sitting here like, I'm going to fucking throw up. I am actually going to vomit. Like, what is this? And she starts talking. She gets like a butter knife. She's like, man, I wish I had one of these at home. And I'm making that face. I'm the entire time at lunch, I'm making that face on the left. And I'm like, I literally say, Genesis, you're stressing me out right now. What do you mean you wish you had one of those at home? She's like, oh, I don't have any silverware and I eat off of the floor. And I'm making that face. And I'm just making that face. Like, where did you find this feral child? Like, where did you get this person? What is Genesis? What is Genesis? Like, every single fucking interaction. And now because I did that shove thing, she does like this thing where she'll like start like running up to me and like jump in the air and do like a kick. Like she doesn't actually kick me, but she like runs up to me and like fucking like shadow kicks me. And I make that face. And I make that motherfucking face. And I'm like, wow, out of all the people I've met on this job, this is the one who would fit in my stream. For sure. She would love my fucking stream. There's no doubt about it. Like, it would be home sweet home for Genesis. A real life anime girl failure? Well, no, it's actually like every single dude who works at the store is fucking enamored with Genesis. There are people who work in like the lumber department who go out there to talk to her like all fucking day. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, we need to... You guys need to fuck off. Like, I don't fucking know, dude. Like, it's mad annoying. Because it's like, she's just trying to do her job. And, like, these fucking weirdos keep talking about, I'm not going to step in. Like, she can fucking, like... Eventually, they're going to hear her talk. And they're going to make that face on the left. And they're going to fucking leave. And it's my internet lagging right now. My internet is dog shit. So, like, I might have to end the stream. It does this sometimes. So if you're getting issues with that, it's on my end, not yours. And so, what I know there's fucking more to say about Genesis, but I have to recall... Oh. So, every time she leaves and says goodbye, she comes up to me and says, don't Kurt Cobain. And I make that face on the left. You know I'm making it. You know I'm making it. And I say, last time I was like, hopefully this is the last time we ever have to see each other. I hope we never see each other again, Genesis. Uh-oh. Damn, my internet is shitting itself right now. I'm being DDoSed by Genesis. And I just don't get it. Like, how the fuck can that happen? Oh, okay. I fucking... All right. Thank you, Verticat, for the 32-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I fucking remember the other big thing that happened. One time I went up to her and I was like, you got this place looking like Disney on Ice yet? And she says, I'm surprised you remember that. As if anyone wouldn't remember that insane fucking statement. Right? And I said, oh, I have a pretty good memory. I remember most things people say to me. And, like, she doesn't say anything for, like, a minute. And then she's, like, walking past me and she's like, you remember that time when you were 3 and your dad said he didn't love you? Do you remember the trauma from that? And I'm making that face on the left. You betcha. I sure fucking am. Like, wow, what a strange thing to say. Like, so, I mean, maybe I'm a weird one, but I think Genesis is probably like the most Tom Clancy-esque person I have ever met in real life. I just, she's exasperating, man, for reasons that, like, I know it sounds funny now to you, but imagine you're working out in the sun and it's like fucking 95 degrees outside and you're sweaty as shit and you need water, and she comes up and starts like quoting SpongeBob and shit. Or saying like, do you remember the time your dad said he didn't love you? It's like, it's so much worse in person. Yeah, she does do good work, but she doesn't work for me. She works for Abuela, which, regrettable. Oh. Okay. So, I do actually like Genesis because there was this day where the district manager for the big box store wanted me to utilize some of the rival company's space that wasn't mine because they had left it empty. And so I call Abuela, I'm like, hey, the big guy wants it here, just letting you know. And she's like, oh, Genesis is going to fill that later. And I'm like, okay, well, just let her know that when she needs that space, I can move it for her. But for now, it's going to stay there just because he wants it there. And so eventually, Genesis comes up to me, and she looks at it, and I'm like, okay, you need me to move this? And she says, no. You have any more? And she fucking takes, like, a bunch of shit that I had on racks and puts it in, like, the best spot in the store. And I felt bad for letting her do it because I know for a fact Abuela had a fucking panic attack when she walked into that store and saw that like their primo space was Genesis put our product there. And but I let it happen. I was like, fuck it, fuck it, that's fine with me. Just put it there, Genesis. I'm sure that's gonna be good. Like, nothing bad's gonna happen if you put it there, Genesis. But she's always like, oh yeah, I'll clear this space for you. And because her, not Abuela, but her direct supervisor is like I believe I referred to her as piss breeches in the past, as like a stupid bitch. Nobody likes her. Like they all the other companies, like merchandisers, all complain to me about piss breeches. Because she's such a stupid bitch. Like, I'm sorry, but she's just a stupid fucking bitch. Like, she is actually the worst person I met on this job. She, like, screams at her employees because they'll correct her on something she did wrong. And she doesn't do her fucking job, and she sucks. And she's the kind of person where, I don't know if you've ever met someone like this, but it's the kind of person where you learn to be very grateful when they're being mean and they're being nasty and they're being spiteful. Because yes, they're being that way, but this is the only time they're being honest. So this is the only time when interacting with them where you can trust something, a single solitary fucking word that comes out of their mouth. Because she lies about everything. She's pathological unless she's mad at someone. Because she got, like, in a bunch of fucking trouble because I was working with Abuela. I'm like, we need to do this. We need this space. Can you give it to us? And she said, yes. And they have a group chat, and Abuela said, hey, give Kyle and all of his people the space. And Piss Breeches has a separate group chat with her area and says, do not give them that space. So I'm driving to a store, and Autumn calls me, and she's like, I just talked with Christine, and she said that, Sarah's freaking out about this shit, and like you're gonna go, and she's at the store you're about to go to, and she's gonna throw a fit, and I give you the space. I'm like, oh, I'm not worried about it. She's just gonna buckle immediately. So I go there and I ask her for the space, and she's like, she makes this fucking face. She's like, yeah, you can have it, and I get my space because she's a fucking pussy. And it's gotten so bad that like she got banned from one of her stores, the neurodivergent zone, because she goes in there and tries to boss everyone around and nobody likes her. And this last week, Genesis and her two coworkers came up to me because their regional manager was there for the day and said, can you please talk to him about Sarah? And I'm like, that's kind of like overstepping my bounds. Like, that's really none of my fucking business. But sure, I will. And so I talked to him, and he's like, yeah, I moved here from California, and I thought that the labor laws were going to be more lax, and I could just fire whoever I want. We're just waiting for her to fuck up. And I'm like, okay, all right. So I said, yeah, like, Sarah's not worth any of your fucking merchandise. It's like, Genesis is great, the other two are great. Like, you just don't let them leave because of her. Thank you, Squishy Surprise, for the 42-month resub. I appreciate it. So this last week, I was talking to the regional for their company as well as their director. And their director is so fucking funny. He's one of my favorite people I've met in this job because he was sitting there talking to us, and he was overcome with childlike jubilation over finally seeing an armadillo in real life and talking about how cool it was. And he's just like, I don't know. And I was like, we started talking about shit, and I was like, check this shit out. And I showed him like a Flemish giant rabbit, because if he doesn't know what an armadillo is, and he's talking about the armadillo like it's fucking Sasquatch, then he's gonna love this. And it's a rabbit that's like the size of a dog, and he looks and he goes, whoa! And he's like freaking. He's like the guy from the ocean sunfish. He's like, what is that thing, dude? He's like so fucking excited to see this rabbit. And I'm like, holy shit. I wish I got that excited about anything. And I've talked to him about him on this stream. He's the guy who has like an entire fucking trunk of Mountain Dew in his car wherever he goes. And he like offers to give people like, hey, come to my trunk and get some Mountain Dew. It's that guy. And it's just fucking crazy. And he starts talking to me about this computer shit, and I'm like, yeah, I told him a little bit about like the streaming and stuff, and like he wants to have a podcast, dude. Like he's talking about like a podcast so he can learn how to do it so he can teach his grandson who wants to be like a content creator. And I'm like, maybe we should get like the TriCast with him and Genesis. That would probably be about the funniest thing ever. It would be terrible, but it would be so fucking funny. Thank you, Rafa, for the 97-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. But he's really funny. You guys would like him. Just because, like, we would start talking about, like, right whale orgies, and he would be like, that's so cool! And he's like the perfect wingman, because everything you say, he's just, like, overcome with that childlike sense of wonder, you know? And it's just like, it's very endearing. It's like, he's like my fucking enemy, basically. He's like the head of the rival company in my area. He's supposed to be like my number one nemesis, but I fucking love that dude. He's so fucking funny. So, I don't know, man. Anyways, what else is there? I think we're there's still a decent amount left. Let me think of the bits that I haven't mentioned. Hello, Ghost Spyco. Thank you for the 74-month resub. Appreciate it. For better or for worse, you're chilling? I mean, I'm doing fine. I've just been working a lot. Thank you, D20, for the 50-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. His boss knows he is hard to see as a competitor. Well, here's the thing. Like, I see him as a competitor, and like I said, we're fighting over this contract, right? So, last time I streamed, I mentioned there was... they were thinking of making me the regional. I was like the acting regional because Timmy quit. And I still haven't been made the regional. They told all of our suppliers that I am the acting regional and I am in charge of like the whole fucking region. Which is fucked up because I'm not getting paid for that. But they said, like, don't worry about it until, like, there's way too much going on with spring right now, yada, yada, yada. We're going to make these changes during the summer so it's, like, easier to get acclimated. And, you know, I know what you're thinking, and I thought it too. Like, they're trying to fuck me. They're trying to fuck me. They're just trying to see if I'll do all this work and they don't have to pay me. And so I started getting, like, really fucking nervous about it. But then a couple weeks ago, I keep asking. I keep being annoying about it. They said... on the 16th of this month, our CEO is having a conversation with the account holder for the contract we're being trialed for, and they're going to decide where they're going with it. Go, oh shit. Okay, well let me know what happens, because it's, I don't know. That's like been my number one goal, is to win that contract for the company. It's been like the thing I've been 100% tunnel visioned on the entire time I've been here since I moved here and this happened. Thank you, Swift Darkness, for the 93-month resub. I appreciate it. Because initially when I was hired, I was just kind of like a this is a dead end thing. Like, I'm going to be completely honest. It was, you're going to go here and we're just going to like quiet this area and keep it on lock, and then we're just going to forget about you. Was more or less where it seemed to be going, because this wasn't a very profitable part of the country. Especially with Timmy. Like, Timmy didn't seem to have any sort of ambition, but all of the changes that have happened with Abuela's company getting kicked out in that brief period of time before they came back in, we're being trialed with all of these contracts now, because we signed with them while the other company was kicked out. And so now I have an opportunity where I'm the district manager of a district where we have the opportunity to win millions of dollars in contracts for the company. And that's going to be so fucking good if I get that for them. Hello, Ghost by Rider. Thank you, Rocks and Eggs and Swift Darkness. Sorry, I'm a little behind on. I've been yapping. I know. We're almost done. I'm almost at the end. So I'm sitting here, and I have a pretty good relationship with the account managers for the ones we're being trialed with. Like, they'll walk my stores, and they always say they look great, and they never have any like bad things to say for the most part. There's been hiccups here and there, but it's been nothing catastrophic. Like, I've held down the fort better than any of my neighbors. And so, like, a week or so, I was kind of like, hey, we won this contract, because we won one of a smaller contract like a week or two ago. It's a nice one, but it's not like a big, huge, lucrative thing. But it is something we won for the company. And I was talking to her about it. I'm like, yeah, it would have been nice if we got, like a shout out for like the hard work we put winning that, yada, yada, yada. Because our company didn't shout us out for it, right? And I'm starting to get really worried at this point that they're going to fuck me. It's been 2 months and they still haven't promoted me. And I'm being like subtle, but not really subtle, because I heard on the grapevine they're going to have that discussion. And I'm like, she says, I think I pick up what you're putting down. And so, as you may, I said it was the 16th, and 16th was yesterday. So we won it. Not for the entire company, but we won it. We doubled the amount of districts we're going to have that contract in. And just by sheer coincidence, the districts are the ones that I'm supposed to be presiding over as regional if that change happens. So now, in order for my company to make sure the rest of them get it, they need someone there who will fix it in the next 6 months. Because I guess the plan is we're going to see how we do with this until the new year. So it's a done fucking deal. Like, they have no choice. Like, even if they were, I don't actually get the idea that they were trying to fuck me, because if they were, they wouldn't be telling the suppliers this, that, and the other, and asking for all these details on who's going to be like the person who takes my place and all this shit. But now they really have no fucking choice. They really have no choice. Because my district, I could tell you for a fact, if I leave, it's completely fucked. I know everyone in their job thinks they're irreplaceable, but it's just, there's no fucking way someone's going to do what I've done. There's not very many people who are going to work like 70 hours a week and sleep in their fucking car and like have a district where there's like 2 to 3 hour long drives in between stores. I've been balling out of my mind for months. It's just not happening. I think you could eventually get that, but you would need to mad overhire in the interim period, and there's just no one here who can do it. So I talked to her about that, my director, and said the changes are happening soon. So depending on how long it takes for those changes to be effected, I'm going to have a lot of free time for a bit. So listening for a while, your job sounds like shit. It's not, though. It is and it isn't. Thank you, Waga, for the 6-month resub. I appreciate it. Because I'm the Sultan. I have to work long hours, but I don't have some idiot micromanaging me. My job was shit when the regional was Timmy, and he was like constantly like bitching about shit that didn't matter. But now, like, if this happens, I'm going to be like the second highest ranked person in the entire part of the country that I'm at. I get to do whatever I want. I have the only district where the big box store trusts me enough where they will tell me, do what you need to do, build whatever you want, and I can just go to their storefront and build whatever the fuck I want. It's just not something that happens in my line of work. And it's shitty sometimes because I'm on call for someone who's not necessarily my boss. But it's pretty fun because let me tell you about some of the good moments. Hello, Sushi. So, I love Trump now. I love the right wing. I disagree with 99.9% of the shit they say. But there's one thing I like about them, and it's that they're dismantling Social Security. Guess what, Doris? You're going to the fucking mind. Mind. You're going to the mines, and I'm going to work you to death. You old fuckers who have been annoying for so long, you're going to be working for me, bitch. Let's see how strong those bootstraps really are. Come on, Granny, get to fucking work. I'm gonna fucking... Oh, man. Like, you don't got that Social Security shit no more. You gotta work for me. And they're gonna... I don't like Trump, but when I talk to those people, like, yeah, baby, I can't wait for him to take your Social Security away, so you gotta work for me. That's like the one good thing. So, and then so art of the deal. Let's talk about the art of the deal. Let me see. Okay, so with our job, there's a thing called a POG, a planogram that shows generally like who has what space, the tables, yada, yada, yada. And because there's been so many changes in my area, oftentimes the planograms are fucking wrong. And we have to remember what happened when we did the corporate walks at the beginning of the season to see what actually happens. And at our highest volume store, we have this one huge table that the other company has, but technically it's supposed to be ours. And we kind of like share it and just put it on overflow. But I know it's supposed to be ours, and I'm looking at the POGs, the planograms, because I'm trying to find out where I'm going to put my crepe myrtles. There's supposed to be like a crepe myrtle table, specifically for those bastards. And I know that if I talk to Abuela about that table being ours, she's going to pretend that she doesn't remember the conversation where, the big guy from the big box store said that was our space. So I held off on it for a little bit, but then I noticed that like a lot of the changes don't reflect in the POG, but that one did. It says like it's supposed to be for citrus and berries, which is nonsense. There's no reason that shit needs to be there, so I held off, but I'm like, I want to see if I can get that space, but I got to wait for the opportune moment. Because at the time, my tables in the back weren't filled, and it would be ridiculous for me to request that space if I have space to be filled. It's not being utilized. So I ended up filling the space, and Mother's Day rolls around. And Abuela does this thing where she starts smiling and bringing her people along, and I know she's about to ask me to move my shit or ask for some sort of annoying favor. And I had talked to Autumn about this the previous day about how I want to get that table. And we have like a small little display inside where over time we're supposed to share it, but our product sells way more than theirs. So what was initially 80% ours and 20% theirs, over time has become the opposite, where it's 20% of ours and they have just dog shit on 80% of the table. So we don't even have the table anymore. It's like we have just like a fucking microcosm of space that we initially had. And I built the table and everything, and I'm like, I really don't like that. So Abuela comes up to me and says, I want this space. We need it for the Mother's Day display. And so I'm looking at it and I'm like, yeah, you can have it. And she didn't expect me. She thought I was going to fight for it. But I was like, yeah, you can have it. No problem. But I need that whole ass table. Now, to give you an example of that table that I'm after, the display on the inside, we have 1/4 of one grid. So like we have like 2 feet of space. The one on the outside is 8 tabletops. So that's like, it's like fucking 64 feet of space total. And it's exactly what I thought. I asked about that table, and she was like, oh, I don't remember that, and the POGs are wrong, and they don't say the things, yada, yada, yada. And Autumn whips out the phone. She had the POG ready, dude. And she's like, yeah, look, we have it right here. Like, sometimes they're wrong, but it says the 6th table specifically is ours. And it did. Like, there's no way you can fucking deny it. And so she looks pissed now. She's like, all right, well, if it says it does, it does. And she had to have, like, all of her people spend, like, 30 minutes to an hour taking all of that shit off of the table. Because I said I was going to put citrus on it. And I didn't put citrus on it, brother, because I knew that there were more tables in the front that showed on the POG, and one of those was where my citrus was. So if she went and was like, "You didn't put your citrus on there," well, all of your tables are there, and there's an extra one. And I'd say, like, I don't remember them saying I had to be there. And I would flip it on her, basically. And so I gave up, like, 2 feet of space and got 64 feet in return. I completely dominated her in the marketplace of ideals, dude. Like, it was such a fucking cataclysm. Like, they were not fucking happy with me. But it was important that that happened because, like, she brings her people. So she's like, look, we just have to go up to him and he's going to give me the space. And she brought her people and just got absolutely robbed in broad fucking daylight. And then I put flowers on it. I put something that wasn't even supposed to be on there. I turned it into my own table. I did whatever I wanted because I'm the Sultan. I can put whatever the fuck I want on it. It doesn't matter if it's citrus or not because I have a relationship with the district manager of the big box store who's like, yes, I trust you to do whatever you think is going to make the most sales. So I can just do whatever the fuck I want. And then the next fucking day, he says, we're having this corporate walk. I want you to have, like, the whole of that table on the inside back. So she lost the fucking table. She traded away. And I got that big one, dude. And she just got completely just owned on space. It was so fucking funny. I was just sitting there, like, smiling to myself all day because she came up like, yeah, I'm gonna get this display from Kyle, that piece of shit, and then she didn't, and then she lost all of her space, dude. It's so fucking fun. I don't know, man. That shit's just mwah. Mwah. So my job's very fun sometimes. Just wish I worked a little less so I could go and bully people in my stream chat a little more often. Especially once I get this promotion, I'm not gonna have to do jack shit, bro. I thank you, Freckled Horse Butt, for the 35-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I thank you, Spoopy Mags, for the 31-month resub. I appreciate it. So yeah, I guess that's about it for the work. That was 2 hours. Sorry, can't count. I think that's about it. Thank you, Nicholas Arismendi, for the 50-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, Abuela has been completely destroyed in more ways than one. It started out rocky, but we did not lose the contract because, like, she keeps, like, telling my people, like, yeah, you're gonna lose the contract because you're not at the store every day. And, like, my people would be like, we're afraid we're gonna lose the contract. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Who is saying this? We're not losing it, dude. Like, these people who are account managers for the company fucking love us. There's literally no way this can go tits up. For real. And, you know, yesterday, guess what? We doubled the amount of fucking districts we got the contract in. Doesn't look like we're losing it. Doesn't look like we're losing it at all. So, just an absolute victory. Just complete domination on every fucking level. Thank you for the 107-month resub, Ciferoni. I've emerged from my hole. Its viscous film is still clinging to my edges, fresh-faced and ready to face the unwashed masses. So Buela's single. She's mentioned a husband, but, like, she never talks about him, so I don't know what their marriage is like. I don't know. I don't really care. Ciferoni said something. So, what else? I feel like there has to be more. No, I mean, I'm sure there's going to be bits I forgot, but that's about the gist of it. Yeah, things have been going pretty well. It's been a lot of hard work, but, you know, this is going to sound stupid, but even though it's hard work, most of the time it's really not that stressful because it's like you finish it and you look at it and it's like, oh wow, it looks great, time to go home. And, like, the only times I really feel stressed are when it's like, oh, you have, like, 5 hours to do all of it. Oh, right, okay. I'll talk to you about the most stressful part of the job I faced so far. Like, probably the only time where it was, like, a prolonged period of stress for me so far is I have 9 stores that I oversee in my district. And the big box store decided to do this fucked up idea where they wanted to do a corporate walk on all 9 stores on their gardens. And the end result of this is every single store manager's like, you need every single plant perfect. Everything needs to be immaculate. And this was before I got new hires. And so I'm looking at this shit, and that's really fucking hard. Like, getting like 3 or 4 stores to that extent is pretty difficult. But getting all 9 and to be at that level in the span of 2 days is probably the hardest thing I've ever done in the job. And what ultimately had to happen is I worked ahead as much as I could, but I had so little time to get it done that I got the managers to leak the schedule for like which store was first and everything. And I was basically like driving 3 to 4 hours ahead of them because they all got on a fucking bus and went store to store, and they had like the timetable, like when they took lunch and everything. And so I was like laying out the train tracks as the train was careening. I was just like 2 to 3 hours from absolute disaster for like 2 days. Just like I was working like the entirety of those 2 days. Just fucking, you know, sleeping in the parking lot and going in, like waking up in the morning and getting there. And I did it. I had about an hour to spare by the time it was done, but I managed to do it. And I guess they figured at some point they figured out that's what I was doing. And I don't know. I think I got a pretty good rep boost from that. But it got to the point where the suppliers got wind of like how understaffed the district was, and they complained to like the CEO of my company that he needs to hire more people because we're dying out here. And so that's why they ended up finally letting me hire 3 more people. And now, by the time I got those people, it was like at the end of busy season, and now I'm just looking at it like, damn, I'm not gonna have to do shit next week. So I think we're chilling now. But it was, I don't know, man. I don't know. Found out when you use the same wig twice, I would have just given up. I don't think you would. What did they think of you doing that, though? No, they don't give a shit as long as... Like, it's so stupid, because the culture of the store is like, it does not matter as long as the walk goes well. Like, the moment they walk in, the store looks good, thumbs up. Like, they know that's how it is. Like, that's just how it is everywhere. Even when it's not all 9 stores. Like this last week, we had the regional vice president of the company walking. And remember when I said I spent 2 days getting a store ready for him, and then he changed the store in the fucking 11th hour? Well, I had Autumn posted at that store all week instead of helping me to get that store nice just in case he switched to that one. And he did. And that was such a fucking good call from me. And the other company had to bring in like the fucking strike squad to get it ready in time. And we had it already. There were like a few changes we needed to make, but it was like a complete and total victory, dude. So we were getting our asses beat in the first half of spring, I'm not going to lie, but I think we broke the siege, and I think it's pretty abundantly clear who the winner is. Because like all of those like little things I did, like scamming them out of that fucking table, led to that walk being like so good that the manager of the store is like, thank you so much. If you like the fucking, I don't work for the company, and they offer to get me hotels because they don't like that I sleep in the like they feel like sleeping in the parking lot's beneath me or whatever the fuck. I'm like, no, dude, I only do that when I have like 5 hours, and like it's not even worth like going and checking into a fucking hotel because it's like an hour to get in and get settled, and then you sleep for. I'm just gonna sleep in. Like I'll just sleep in the car. It's not a big deal. Hello, Kazik. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Things have been going great. Love me some corporate warfare. But, you know, sometimes I think, man, I never should have got this fucking job because I could have been playing The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered for 2 whole months. You know? When you have someone who actually tries and cares that much... I know. I understand that. Like, that's why I'm winning so hard, is because, like, all of these people... I won't say all of them. There is one store that really doesn't fucking like me because they whine way too much and they're disrespectful. So I have 8 other babies who treat me and my people with respect. So they're always going. I do not grease the fucking shitty wheel. So there's one store manager who distinctly does not like me, but he's like a fat dude where his cheeks are always flushed red, so you can tell he's always pissed about something. Dude's just a fucking loser, just looking to be mad at something 24/7. So who gives a shit what he thinks? Everyone else, for the most part, loves me. So Pug Elemental. Be a diabetes. I don't. He's just an idiot, dude. Fucking blood pressure Elemental. Me and the Oblivion fans are already outside your door, ready to give you a kiss in the mouth. Man, this tariff shit kind of sucks, man. Like, these fucking Chinese Gundams are getting expensive. Oblivion was around for a week or so. It immediately died on Twitch to Obscura 33. Problem Child. The store is great. It's just like the store manager is like a petulant child. Just like... It's boggling to me that someone who's that highly compensated is that stupid. Like, genuinely. Because you know what happens when you have someone who's just mad and cries and bitches and shits and pisses and moans 24/7? You stop fucking caring really quick. Because you really quickly catch on that this is just how they are. And that's what they're... You just don't negotiate with that terrorist behavior. I'm a third party. I'm not a vendor, so they don't have any power over me. They can't, they can just eat a dick. And what I would be worried about is the stores and managers who are nice to me suddenly, like, getting really mad at me. That is something to fucking worry about. But someone who's just belligerent nonstop, why even fucking bother? Why even waste time? They're just going to be belligerent over something else. Who gives a shit? Like, it's just so dumb. Like, it's the dumbest way to get service from a vendor I can possibly fucking imagine. Nintendo and Microsoft are being uber cringe. Like, if I worked for him directly, yeah, I can see why that would work. But that does not work in this sort of relationship we have, where I'm not working for their company. I'm just a third-party vendor. Because the store always looks nice. And this guy has, like, cried because he was, like, telling my merchandiser over there, why do my tables not look as good as this store's? It's 7 o'clock on a fucking Friday night. This was about a month ago. And there were like tornadoes and shit. And I told her, tell him I've worked overnight at his store before. I will do so again tonight. I will be there in 2 hours because that's how far the store... So I got in the fucking car and I started driving. And he's like, sir, you don't have to come here. There's a tornado... Because he knew that if I went over there and I talked to the district manager about how this dude cried and I went over and drove in inclement weather, he would get in fucking mad trouble. And I'm like, all right, I'll be there tomorrow. But the reason his tables didn't look good is because my person there was just being fucking lazy and didn't organize things properly. So it was completely unnecessary for me to have gone there. And part of my philosophy is this is the same person who yelled at me. What I've been trying to do is sometimes you need to let people fail. The problem with that is I have a promotion in the pipeline. So I don't really feel comfortable letting her fail at this juncture. In the future, absolutely. But not until I get that fat fucking raise. You know? I can grin and bear it and accept a little bit of disrespect until that moment. Thank you, Coffee Dude, for the Tier 2 resub, 54 months. Thank you, Ordity, for the 39 months. Thank you, Big Brobot, for the 42 months. Appreciate it. All right. I think I'm really done with work stuff now. Hello, Roduncle. We filtered out. I bet Jenna's definitely not here now. Now we can talk about what Genesis really fucking did. And we could talk about how Genesis dropped out of college so that she could fund her Genshin Impact addiction. And she dresses up as Genshin Impact characters in the garden center. I'm about to be bending over and spreading at any chance I get after I start my new job. Ever get negative Yelp reviews? We've gotten negative reviews before, and I'm pretty sure I lost a potential good hire because of that. Because that one person Timmy made me fire was like, the management's all family. And I'm pretty sure they read that and they fucking dipped when I mentioned that Autumn was my wife. So I have been negatively impacted by those stupid internet reviews at least once. But what can you do? It worked out. Now I have a homeless goblin who works for me. She's good though. Like, she's good at the job. Like, but I don't know, man. Is my shit fucked up? Google Garden Center, if they're Genshin Impact characters. Look at that, dude. Look at my fucking tan. I actually don't know why this image is here. I'm just moving shit off of the screen, and I guess I have this. So, like, that was my tan when I moved here. I'm much more tan now. Okay, where's the fucking image I want? God damn it. I guess I must have showed that at some juncture. God damn it. I really need to clean up my fucking scenes on this. What the fuck ever, man. Wham. Alright. This is our new fucking background. Speaking of which, very excited for the new Ketsuki game. How are all the pets doing? Oh! I completely forgot. Banjo got Happy Tail and we had to amputate his tail. So he has a pizza roll instead of a tail now. Because he would start, like, whacking it and, like, opening it and getting blood all over the walls. And now he's got a little fucking nub. So that's not great. Autumn, do you have a picture of him with the nub? Poor baby. Yeah, it really sucks. Needs to be safer now. Well, even when we had to have him in a cage for like 2 weeks, because when he gets excited, he like backs that ass up and reverses like 90 miles backwards, and he kept reversing the nub into the wall and breaking open the scab. So we had to have him like coned and crated for 2 weeks for that fucking thing to heal. But he's all better now. Poor Banjo. Yeah, it's really sad because like I really liked when he get happy and his little tail would just... Now he's just, now it's just a stupid little nub. Tail circumcised. Now what the fuck do I do? I don't even know what to do with my life. I've had, like, days off this week, and I don't know what to do about it. Now it's just a butt wiggle, no tail, no balls. Gaming, I don't even know what the fuck to play, though. Maybe the Coffin of Andy and Lele? I feel like I wouldn't remember what the fuck is happening in that game, though. Okay, so this is Banjo and his stupid little tail. Look at how sad he looks. His pride destroyed. Plenty of backlog? Yeah, there is, but I don't have anything prepared. Disappear for another 2 months? Well, I don't think it's ever gonna... Maybe not ever, but I don't anticipate like huge absences anymore. Time to play Rise with me? Okay. Looks like my dad. Playing Final Fantasy X instead of watching you, and I'm disappointed in myself. Play Blitzball for me. No. Blue Prince is comfy. Damn, I'm just like a work golem now. I don't talk about it. I stopped talking about work. I'm just like fucking ... Play Ebola Village, Everhood 2. Any game excites you the most? I've been like under a fucking McRock, dude. I don't know of anything that's coming out. I guess Broken Reality 2, but I haven't seen anything new. Thank you, Big Animal Titties, for the 42-month resub. I appreciate it. Recently started working as a vendor and feel blessed by the Tolo gods. Spend any time? I have, but it just hasn't been a terrible amount. Play Aneurysm 4. Look Outside is incredible. How long until a Morrowind remake comes out? Hopefully never, man. I'm so fucking grateful for the Oblivion remake. Because that means they knew that the Chad Morrowind enjoyer would not be wowed by a fresh coat of paint. And so they just skipped it and pandered to the Oblivion virgins. I'm so fucking grateful for that, dude. Like, thank God. You see Bloodborne 2? No, that's not real. Played Sonic Unleashed on my PC like an adult instead of a console like a child. Outside is the yearly RPG Maker banger. Morrowind is a perfect game except for the combat. I already said they're doing a Morrowind remake. They better fucking not. That would be so dog shit, man. Holy fuck. Switch 2 is getting a FromSoft Battle Royale. Oh. Oblivion remastered for like 4 hours, realized it's still boring as fuck and uninstalled it. FromSoft announced Dustbloods, which is Bloodborne universe. Oh. I don't know, bro. Like, I'm gonna have to figure out a way to like reconfigure my brain, because the last stream I did, I had like no patience for shit like Raphael games. Like, my brain has been rewired, and I need to start playing some more dog shit video games so I get my tolerance back. Because I don't have it anymore. I'm free. I'm free from the indie games. But I'm also someone who has the unbelievably horrible opinion that Morrowind combat is better than not just Oblivion combat, but Skyrim combat as well. And that's not because I think it's good. It's because I think all of them suck in different ways. And Oblivion and Skyrim are just generic RPG slop combat, and Morrowind sucks. But at least Morrowind has novelty, which is more than I can say for the other two. And for me, personally, I like that better. Because I think the worst part of Oblivion and Skyrim is just like, it's either like you just face roll everything, just like mashing on that attack button, or what's the novelty? That your stats matter and you actually have to like focus on building a character, because it's not like Oblivion and Skyrim. It's not all surface level. You have to level up things like agility. You have to manage your fatigue. If you go in, like, one of the things every baby who plays Morrowind fucks up immediately is they jump around and run, lose all of their fatigue, and then try to fight something with 0 stamina, and they're at like minus 95% chance to hit. So you actually have to engage with the RPG mechanics of the game to achieve positive outcomes. If you try to just ignore the RPG elements, you just eat shit and die and cry on Reddit about Morrow boomers. So that is what I would say the novelty of the Morrowind combat is. You actually have to interface with something beyond a surface level. At least in the beginning. Eventually you get to a point where it doesn't really fucking matter anymore. But it's the great filter for people who play that game. Because like in Morrowind, your hit chance and your dodge chance directly affected by the fatigue. And fatigue affects even shit like lockpicking. And agility stat, as well as your attack stat. Attack stat is like a very rare stat in that game, and you would think it increases your damage, but it actually just increases your hit chance. So there's a bunch of different ways. Luck also improves it. Affects literally everything. Yeah, it does. But it affects even things you wouldn't expect. Horrible finish for cutscenes. No, I actually kind of like those, because it's really funny when you're playing on the hardest difficulty and you're at full health and you go to a dragon and just immediately cutscene like bites you and you die. I really like that. I think that's really fucking annoying, but it's also very funny. Maybe I'm just a Morrowind superfan, but I feel like Morrowind Remake's existence would be an affront to Morrowind's legacy. So one criticism I will say of Morrowind is I think to play it in 2025, you really need to play it with mods that not only increase the quality of life, but add content and stuff too. Like the depth of like good, like game quality content in the modding scene is so high that it would just kind of be sad to not have that in a new version. That's why I've always been like, no thank you to Skywind or More Oblivion or whatever the fuck. Left all the jank in original voice acting and shit. MGE and shit. Well, I'm just talking about stuff like Tamriel Rebuilt. One of the best mods ever made for any video game. Why not just play the original version? Genuinely, I've never played a remake that was as good as the original. Should release a mod pack that's really well tuned. Hello, Sendar. Thank you for the 58-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. I like the little Rat Pack mod more, Morrowind. And there's also, like Ildaka said, Muffin Wind and Emba 5. Some of the best pieces of content for anything. It's a reverse Skyrim problem. Morrowind, you don't have a burden of animating a voice acting, so it's a lot easier to make good mods for it. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. I still, one of the tirades I used to go on a lot, and like the first 50% of the stream, is how I think voice acting is a cancer for RPGs specifically. Because you can notice, like, yes, I will fully admit in Morrowind, a lot of the NPCs regurgitate, like, long-ass fucking, like, repetitive dialogues that are shared with a huge swath of the population of NPCs. But even if you discount all of that, the unique NPCs type in, like, fucking pages of text. And having to voice act all of that, they wouldn't actually voice act it. They would just make everything have more brevity and less depth. And that's what happened with Oblivion. That's what happened with Skyrim. And I think it's really... I don't like voice acting most of the time. There have been games where I feel like it has added to it. Like Witcher 3 would be the example I can think of off the top of my head. But in something like Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, I really think that people should be more comfortable reading. I just need an extra year of dev time in general. Having main NPCs voice acted in second... Yes, I agree. Just have the story shit voice acted as a compromise. But then people will bitch about that. A little sassy kumquat. I love Morrowind because it made me read again. I got back into reading books because of it. He's also a lot faster. That's true, too. That's why I don't understand the criticism of JRPGs where people say it's outdated and not have voice acting. The lack of voice acting really ruined I Want to Hug the Gator for me. That's true, but that's supposed to be an emotional journey where you meet like a stunted Tom Clancy woman who doesn't know how to do anything except suck at a dick. And you form a bond, like a lifelong enduring bond with her. Like, you need voice acting for that. Like, you need the, I love you. Or it just doesn't work, you know? Preferably, you would also have, like, wheelchair noises, too. But that's, like, not an RPG at all. That's a visual novel, so that's supposed to be different. Different than just a one-off NPC. Need you to voice act? Dude, nobody fucking hits me up for voice acting, man. I would be the best voice actor, bro. Like, you have no idea. What is a Tom Clancy woman? A full-spectrum warrior. Morrowind and Oblivion are two different genres, TBH. I don't know if I'd go that far. Just think one is White Claw and the other is like a pina colada. First person CRPG while Oblivion is an action RPG. Fear and Hunger voice acted? Dude, okay, I'm just going to say maybe it would be different now that game's popular, but they couldn't even get, like, sane play testers for that game when it came out. Like, look at Ketsuki. They would have to get Ketsuki to voice act, like, every fucking character. And, you know, maybe it's mean. Maybe it's not a nice thing to say, but I'm not sure I would trust them to have that job. Let me just put it that way. I think it would detract from it to have, like, oh, the stinger is pulsating. Like, I don't know. I'm going to be mean. So I'm just going to shut up. Very worried Dasso isn't around anymore. I'll always remember him. Dick's out for AV Dasso. Banjo is attentively listening to the stream topic with it. He does do that. Like, sometimes if you're in the kitchen, he will go up to you and sit and just stare at you until you are done doing what you do. Like, you could sit there and cook like a 17-course meal, and he will just be patiently sitting there and watching you the entire time. It's really weird and creepy, honestly. My Funger voice headcanons feels weak, man. My cat does that. What the fuck else? 17-horse meal? I could eat that. Damn. I need to start doing things again. Oh, I guess I found out. I did have a day where I got to take Sif to the creek with Autumn, and I found out the video doesn't work on my computer because it's got like some weird format. But, I mean, maybe it does. Hold on. Let me see. Can I get this fucking thing? Hold up. Oh, okay. Watch this.
Oh, it's cold. Where'd it go? Get Sif!
Thank you for gifting a sub to Altaki.
Kicking it around. Oh, and she's got it.
Sif, what do you got? Sif, what do you got? Ronnie. Rudy.
Come here. Oh my God.
She likes playing
drop
fetch with
it.
rocks.
It's looking like a freaking raptor.
What do you got?
Drop it.
Saf,
Drop it, Sif.
Saf.
Yeah. What the fuck?
He does not like playing fetch with rocks. You, my voice, you have a beautiful voice, baby. So that was weird. I feel bad because when she was a puppy, she did not like water at all, but now she likes wading and like looking for fucking crawfish and chasing frogs. So I need to take her to the creek more. Why do you throw a perfectly good rock? Because she likes them. She likes playing fetch. It's her favorite thing in the entire world. She's a fetch dog. You can sit there and throw that stupid ball for her for hours and hours and hours, and she will never get bored of it. You got over her trauma of you pretending to drown? Yeah, I guess that's true. Hello, Kitch Tal. What's up, dude? It has been a while. I don't even remember how to stream anymore. Make her teeth feel strong. Well, she loves eating ice cubes now, so I don't know how long that's going to last. She's going to be 11 years old in a few months. She's an elder puppy now. Has been. I've never seen that Has Been / Hell of a Boss show. Maybe we should watch that, dude. Maybe that'd be fun. Although, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of Steven Universe pilled. My husky didn't like water when she was younger, but now she loves it. She does get bored of fetch, though. We can watch it right now. We could watch The Boiled One Phenomenon. Watch it with Blinda. I don't even know if that dude's still alive. I haven't talked to anyone in like 100 years. I haven't talked to Russ. I heard Russ got married. Haven't talked to Blinda. Haven't talked to Max. Haven't talked to anyone. Fucking just off in Wageland, dude. Husband has great premise. Retarded writing, though. Damn. Streamed over a week. Damn, Blynn's streaming more than me? What the fuck? Okay, now this cannot stand. That's fucked up. That's dire. That's fucking dire, dude. Damn. Oh, fuck. Train traffic controller now? Hell yeah, dude. I need to quit my fucking job and start streaming again. Like, I proved my point to myself. Like, now I'm pretty confident now that, like, I could go out and hold a job and do good at it. Now I don't care as much. Like, I proved my point. So, I can fucking quit now. Joe is a porn star now. He's in a video where the girl fucked 100 dudes in one day. I have seen one meme where it's like, would you rather be the first guy to go against the gorilla or the last dude for that one woman who fucked like 1,000 guys? That's the crossroads. Which one do you want to be? The first against the gorilla or the last for the girl who fucked the most men in a row? I think I'd rather be the hero who carries for the gorilla. I think I could totally beat a gorilla's ass, man. Totally. Definitely. Climb the ladder, just laugh. What a psycho. It would be so fucking funny, dude. Like, Tolomeo Jones, you're the regional manager, and then I just fucking quit. Like, and then they lose the fucking contract. Because nobody's gonna do this shit except for me. That really does tickle me. That really, really fucking does tickle me a lot. But I don't know if I'm gonna do that. We'll see. I'm gonna see what they offer me, dude. I mean, if I know I keep saying they better fucking promote me. They better fucking promote me. But now it's like I could quit. Like I'm 95% sure they're gonna promote me. But maybe I shouldn't get promoted because now it's summer and I could just do jack shit and let the minions do it all and I could just play video games all day. If I get regional manager, I'm gonna have to fucking fix things. That doesn't sound that fun. It's gonna be. But I actually do like that. I like walking into disasters and fixing them. It's so fucking awesome. Like, let me tell you, brothers and sisters, there is nothing better than inheriting a disaster. Because, yeah, it's a lot of work, but you look like a fucking hero. So easy, because the bar is in hell. The worst thing would be inheriting, like, an immaculate fucking, like, precious state that you have to maintain. Because then you have to go, like, super fucking above and beyond, and that's just what's expected of you. That you're not going to get, like, any commendation or accolades for doing that. That's just what's expected of you. Like the bare minimum is absolute success. So I like disasters. I think disasters are great. And thankfully the other districts, from what I understand, are a disaster. So, like for example, one of the districts I'm supposed to be presiding over when these changes happen has one person for the entire district because Timmy was an idiot and just ignored that and didn't check on him. So I guess he's like, he doesn't do his job, and they've got like 5 deliveries of shit, which is about a month and a week, just piled up in the store. And it's embarrassing because they don't have all the extra shit we do. They have like maybe, I would say, if I was being generous, 1/6 of the workload. That sounds like I'm overinflating how much we have to do, but I'm telling you, man, like the rest, part of the difficulty is the rest of the districts, without these extra contracts we picked up, have so little to do. They really just don't understand like the problems we're having over here with like labor and such. And those stores are all within 30 minutes of each other, so that's gonna take like a fucking day to fix it all, man. It's gonna be so easy. Maybe two, but I've had to like, I don't know, man. I'm really good now. When spring started, I wasn't that good, but now I'm high on the hog. I think that's gonna be easy as fuck. That's where I'm at with my new temp job with alleged rollover potential. Places had like 500 people across 3 shifts on site. Now they have maybe 100 people across. Yeah, and with how the economy is, it's just gonna be worse. Thankfully, I don't think the tariffs directly affect any of our product. All of our shit is grown in like fucking Georgia or Florida. So it's still going to be affected because of like decreased consumer sentiment, but it could be a lot worse because we don't actually produce anything. We just merchandise for suppliers, and as far as I know, the suppliers don't import anything. So like I was talking with one of the account managers for one of the companies we work with, and he's talking about how next year they have, I guess shrubs are a big business, and he's talking about how their company invested $250,000 for genetics for 6 shrub types. They paid $250,000 to get the ability to grow 6 types of shrubs. And they're hoping that they're going to, since they're going to be like exclusive with this company and they're going to be new, they're going to be big sellers because people won't have seen them before. So I hope he's right. That seems cheap, TBH. I mean, you still have to like spend all, that's just the right to like grow the plant. That doesn't include actually like planting it and any of the labor to bring in the first crop. It's like just paying for the intellectual property for the shrub genetics. And what if the shrub, nobody likes the shrubs, dude? So, I don't know. With a big company, that really isn't that much money, but I don't know. If I was drafted into the Guerrilla Melee, I would want Kyle, regional manager Souls, to give the war speech beforehand, because I know me and every god forsaken soul alongside me would be dead serving and to kick that Guerrilla's ass just by definitely getting my face. Nah, dude. Nah. What a loser. I can buy 6 types of shrubs for like $200. Well, like, okay, so for example, our house plants. I think we make, over the entire district, I think we make about $250,000 a month off the houseplants. So I guess it really isn't that much money. Like, you can make it back in a year if you have a particularly good round of sales. But, like, that's a lot of different types of houseplants. Like, I don't know how long it's going to take for, like, 6 particular shrubs to make up that $250,000. Because they only have 3 markets where they have like full control over the shrubs. So they're trying to expand, and it's my job to help them expand because, oh my God, bro. I don't know. I really want to see this through because I'm in good with a lot of people right now. Thank you, New Wolf, for 76-month resub. I'm in Washington visiting my bro and his family. I need to make a LinkedIn this week, though. I haven't made one yet. And I think that's going to be my fucking goal this week, is to get everything set up for that. Realize they can't beat wild animals by themselves. Now the 100 men meme is born. We do evolve as species. I mean, I've always said that you can't beat like gorillas or cows or horses. I think any contention, like there were people who said that a single person can't kill a snake. I think that's probably not true. There's definitely things that we can kill, even if we sustain a lot of damage. Like, I think we could beat a goat easily if you know the psychology of a goat. Because goats always back up before they charge, so the strat is just run up on them. Like you're fighting a Dark Souls boss, and just stay in front of them. And they'll keep trying to back up, and you can just like keep punching them in the fucking like. Eventually, you will like give them enough percussion in the head that they'll be wounded or tired, and then you can just choke them out. See any wildlife or elementals at work? There is a cat that inhabits one of the stores that I've named Fern because it always hides in the ferns. But outside of that, not really. Thank you, Guy on a Skateboard, for the 62-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Blunt damage is the issue. Yeah. Or piercing. 100 men meme is so silly. A gorilla would get tired after like 15 guys and lose by... It's a gorilla, not Bonnie fucking Black. Now, if it's Bonnie Blue, 30 people could just bum rush a gorilla. I'm going to be completely honest with you, pimps. Like, I think the only way you could defeat a gorilla is if everyone committed to getting naked and doing the honeybee strat. Like, yeah, the gorilla's going to get tired, but, like, I'm not convinced you're going to be able to choke it out. I'm not convinced you're going to be able to kill it in any... You could probably gouge its eyes out, I guess. But I think the best strategy would be a bunch of naked dudes just, like, covering the gorilla and vibrating it, causing it to exert itself and overheat and get a heat stroke. I think that would be the strategy. But you got to make sure you vibrate and that you're naked. That's very important. Good test for people who don't live in the real world and think the gorilla has superpowers. 100 dudes have a potential to. I was skeptical at first. I don't know, man. How do you prevent heat stroke in the humans? Well, that's the thing. You sacrifice the humans. But they're not the ones being covered in like an orgy of naked boys. There will be some casualties, but it's for the greater good. There's going to be casualties no matter what you do. He'll act like the gorilla is a demigod? I don't know, man. Like, I just think that it's probably likely that the gorilla's a little bit more durable than drywall. Just struggling to find a way to meaningfully damage it. Like, if you... Yeah, you could tire it out, maybe. But... I guess tire it out and then do the bumblebee strat. Can 1v1 a gorilla? I love the memes with it because of the memes like the gorilla when it's down 16 to the 100 men hits its ultimate and it's the gif of the gorilla in the tiny blow up kiddie pool splashing water but hit 4 times speed. Asphyxiation's probably the answer. See, I just don't know enough about the anatomy of a gorilla to know if you could apply a reasonable level of pressure to its airway. They're really fucking muscular. They got thick ass necks. I'll just need to kite the gorilla until it's tired. I don't know. Because, like, I genuinely don't know. Like, I guess I could see it going either way, but I've also seen, like, people say shit like, yeah, I could beat a horse. Yeah, I could beat a cow. And, like, even something like a deer can get like a triple kill in no fucking time at all. Like, people really tend to underestimate the musculature of wild animals in general. So I don't know. And the endurance argument is logically sound, but do we know for a fact that that's how it's going to play out? What if you're simply underestimating the endurance of a gorilla? I mean, these things are so fucking muscular. Their little stupid ass gorilla legs can, like, send themselves fully upright and they can start sprinting on 2 legs with those tiny little fucking legs. That's so much muscle, man. I don't know. Mr. Beast should make that video a reality, and for every dead gorilla, we give chemo to 1 kid dying of cancer. Gorilla has soft parts like eyes, genitals, and anus? Yeah? So if we're going to use this... Alright, the eyes, fair. The eyes are probably the best thing to attack, but you also got to remember the kind of teeth that gorillas are packing. The genitals, I don't see how you could meaningfully harm something through its genitals. Gorillas have one of the smallest penises in the animal kingdom. I think the balls follow a similar sort of structure. So yeah, it'll hurt, but you'll probably just piss them off. The anus, like, if we're really going to get into this, yes, it's viable that you could get dudes to goatsy the fucking gorilla and shove the arm up. But for this calculation, we have to find out the number of dudes, like, percentage-wise, who are homophobic and would refuse to touch a gorilla's ass. Like, if they won't wash their own ass, can you really trust them to commit to opening the gorilla's ass? So only a certain percentage of your workforce would be willing to use the anus strategy on the gorilla. So we would have to crunch the numbers for that. Saying I have bigger genitals than a gorilla? More likely than not. Gorilla's female? Well, a silverback is considerably more muscular than a female, so that would be an entirely different, like, conversation. Way too high for this conversation? Why a gorilla? They aren't even the most dangerous mammal by kills? I don't fucking know. Because I think, like, a gorilla is small enough that you could reasonably... Like, you could do it. I think, even if I'm not convinced the average assembly of 100 people could do it, I think there are possible configurations of 100 that could. Hello, Lucker Chi. But, like, if you had 100 people against a mammoth or an elephant, I don't know how the fuck you would kill it. So the gorilla is probably, like, at the extreme end of possibility. 100 even one at a time will win by fatigue. So where are you guys getting your numbers? Why is everyone an expert on gorilla endurance at this point in time? It's not necessarily that I'm doubting you, but have you considered that it's possible that this is just a meme and gorillas aren't quite as unathletic as you're assuming? Because for a gorilla, just like a fucking half-assed like windmill would be enough to crush your ribcage. Aren't that... Well, no, that's literally not true, though. Humans in the past were endurance hunters that would run things down, no? Now, granted, they would do that with weapons and shit, but like I thought the big things with humans is they could out-endure every animal by just kind of like running it down and waiting till it's exhausted and poking it with pointy sticks. Actual gorilla scientist weighed in on it and said he wouldn't last. Well, fighting hand to hand, not just running. I mean, I think I could punch 100 fucking people. Now, I'm not as strong as a gorilla, so I don't think I would be able to kill 100 people, but like 100 punches isn't that bad. I'm an accredited gorilla scientist. We would win. It's sort of a meme itself. Well, everything is a meme. Assume the opponent always weaker for no discernible reason. Truly the litmus test of all time is this meme. You could kill 100 people. Like, bro, okay. Alright. I have the perfect way to dismantle this gorilla argument. Are you ready? I would bet money that if you got a random assembly of 100 people, truly random, not like a group of guerrilla warriors who are well-versed in all of these things, just like the average population, I would wager 20%, 20 of those 100 would be unable to change a tire. How are you going to fight a gorilla if you can't change a fucking tire? Like, if you had 100 physically adept people, I would agree with you. Yeah, they probably could beat the shit out of a gorilla. If you had like 100 like really physically fit people, yeah. But if it's truly random and it's just a cutout of the American population, I'm still not convinced. There's just too many variables. What's going on in Perry? It's truly random because then you're getting... Those are such... Okay, what... The wheelchair would literally be a benefit because all you would have to do is tip the stupid sack of shit over and hit the gorilla with the fucking wheelchair. The wheelchair would literally be a buff. Not for the guy in the wheelchair, but that would be a net benefit for the war cause. What are the chances the gorilla knows how to change a tire? All he needs to know is how to rearrange your face. You don't need to know how to change a tire or even talk to bite a jugular or group tackle. Homie, I'm going to be completely honest. Group tackle, maybe. But if you really think human beings have the dentition to just bite a gorilla's jugular out, those ladies on TikTok with the fucking vampire things, those aren't real teeth, playa. They're not real. It's not happening, bro. 100 random Americans, like half of them wouldn't even make it into the gorilla pit. All 100 people aren't afraid of death, and that's impossible. I don't have any cavities, though. Who gives a shit? Forrest needed to eat a carrot is sufficient to sever a human finger. Okay. We need a gorilla fucking anatomy. Gorilla muscle anatomy. I don't know how accurate this shit is. Because I don't know, maybe you're right. Maybe the jugular for a gorilla is like surface level and it would be super easy. But I'm looking at this fucking thing and I'm looking at how it's just a wall of muscles. Like, dude, and I mean, I'm gonna be completely fucking honest with you. Okay, let's get this fucking son of a bitch on the screen. Even if, and this is a big fucking if, a big fucking if, the average person could bite through a gorilla's neck, that fur means something when it comes to biting. The fur would make it considerably harder to pierce skin. I know you're going to be like, oh, it's only a little bit. But, like, the fur with the muscles and the fact that he's going to be, like, fucking flailing around and trying to bite you, there's no fucking way. Thank you, Aris, for the 61-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you. And guess what? Guess what, bro? I may not know the average subset of the population, but I know you guys on average, and I know as soon as you're running up like, yeah, I'm gonna bite this thing, and it makes this face, you're gonna fucking shit yourself, dude. There's no fucking way. I think that if anyone's jugular's getting bit, I think it might be yours. Hello, Pamiram. It's going to take many bites. No, dude, that's fucking... You're insane if you think people are going to be, like, in the middle of a life or death fight with a gorilla. Everyone's going to, like, fucking be like, okay, we are currently biting the left jugular. We need to just keep going after that, and they're going to, like, target on the same fucking spot and, like, repeatedly bite that one spot. You are delusional. You are fucking delusional. You would be better off trying to drop kick its face, man. Giving it a concussion. You would just subdue every limb. I bet he gives good head, though. Why don't we just throw Kamehamehas at it? Have 50 guys hold it down and 50 guys go for its ass? I think... Okay. Alright. Thank you, Caramel Mocha, for 51-month resub. I appreciate it. Glad to have a stream. I hope life's been good to you and Otter. It's been alright. Okay. I think if I were an expert, which I'm not, I do think there's something not in consideration, but a single gorilla would actually get intimidated by sheer numbers. Okay, but if you're factoring that in, then you have to factor in human fear, too. And I thought we weren't doing that. I think... Alright. Hold on. I need some stats. Okay, so apparently in 2004, 1.5% of the U.S. adult population was over 300 pounds. It's increased a lot. Like in 1980, it was 0.10%. So I would say reasonably fair assumption to say 1.5% of the population now is over 350 pounds. I think if you got like the majority of people to hold it down and then had your designated fatty just like jump and cannonball its spine, that would be your best bet at actually killing this fucking thing. Thank you, Dreadlord, for the 46-month resub. I appreciate it. I think the spine would be the weak point in the gorilla mechanism. Designated fatty? Yeah, you get superhuman. This is for my juggalos and juggalettes. Fuck this gorilla. Whoop, whoop. We won. We got it. Easiest fucking fight ever. 6 to 10 people throw the fatty on them. 1,000 Tonys versus a baboon. You can hold it down and block its airways without strangling it. So what, you're gonna have the gorilla nose plugger? What the fuck? I mean, sure. Whatever works. Didn't realize the stream is paused. What I miss? We're talking about the logistics of defeating a gorilla in unarmed combat with 100 men. I mean, we keep talking about how unfit the population is. Why not send 50 boogies after them? I think having fat people would be advantageous against... Like, America would absolutely have the highest chance of defeating this thing. 100%. Like, ultimately, it's a battle of numbers. And you need the pounds. What if all the 100 men had very long nails and they stick their nails into his eyes? Gorilla bones are way too dense. Okay, just get Joe. Get Joe and, like, have two people use his head as a blunt mechanism. The gorilla bones don't stand a fucking chance. It's true provided the animal doesn't try to evade or run. Modern men are nourished, at least. I'm way more dense than a gorilla. Fucking hate monkeys. Well, a gorilla is an ape. It's a great ape. It's not a monkey. I like the idea that one group is doing this and they just get a random old gorilla that is already on the verge of death. Also, if we're going to factor in things like, would the gorilla be afraid of a pack? Do you think a random assembly of 100 people would be able to quickly come to a consensus on how to fight a gorilla? What do you think the odds are that, like, some idiot would be like, that's a stupid fucking idea. We're going to do this. And then you have two people doing two completely different things. Everyone's going to want to be in charge. And how much time do you have to prepare the strategy? Think a gorilla can defend against 100 attacks? I think it's within the realm of possibility. Gorilla confusion tactics. Why is it 100 versus one gorilla, not 100 plus one gorilla versus poachers? Three hours late, what did I miss? Well, we've been talking about how we can defeat a gorilla for 3 hours. Okay, alright. What if you got the ASMR binaural beat become a gorilla fast? And, like, how we would have to do the math on how fast it, like, the gorilla transformation in our people would be facilitated, and how long they could be they could stall out the gorilla. Huh? There's an old fucking meme in this channel where there used to be binaural beats, which are these beats you listen to induce various effects. I learned about them from CWC because they would listen to these because there were beats that would help you grow breasts or shrink the size of your penis. And I guess someone uploaded one where you could become a gorilla fast. So I think that's our best chance. Because you only need 2 people to become a gorilla fast. And then the gorilla's fucked, right? I think it might work. Prep time, I truly believe that 2,400-pound men could beat a gorilla. No dip. No, there's no fucking... You are trolling, bro. You need the fucking skinny boys to help. There is no fucking way. We're really going to say, like, oh, bro, a gorilla's totally going to get tired. Like, 2,400-pound dudes aren't going to, like, run up to the gorilla and die of a fucking heart attack. Get real, bro. Come the fuck on. You gotta be kidding me, bro. Jesus Christ. There's no fucking way. Binaural beats are interesting in their capacity to make people feel, but that's about the end of it. Okay, if you really think that 20 fucking fat people could beat... Watch the Wings of Redemption versus Boogie boxing match. Boogie was so tired just from, like, taping his shorts that he threw 0 punches in the end. And that was against another fat guy. Let alone a goddamn gorilla. There's no way. No fucking way. Stack the 400-pound corpses and have them body slam the gorilla? Ten of the fatties will serve as bait while the others come... How are they coming in for the kill, though? If you feed the fat people to the gorilla, will get tired from eating them and you win. Jesus Christ. Oh. So this is what you guys have been doing for the last 2 months, huh? with A1 steak sauce. They'll suffocate him with their fat. No. Create a ring around the gorilla with the fats and have them roll on in. Okay, bro, this is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. Thank you, guy on a skateboard, for gifting a sub to Oblizeron and Punish Corey. You were smoking crack if you think that would work. Because what would actually happen is the girl would go, ooh, ooh, and just charge one random fat person and break the circle, and then half of them would try to turn around and they'd trip and break their fucking ankles and they wouldn't be able to get back up. There's no way. This is asinine. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. A bunch of juggalos to have them play some ICP to the gorilla. Like, I will concede, I don't know if a gorilla could beat 100 people. I genuinely don't know. My money would be on the gorilla still, I think. But when it comes to 20 fat people versus a gorilla, you are freebasing, dude. How many people do you think it would take to have a greater than 90% chance of victory against the gorilla? Well, I mean, it's true it'll get tired eventually. So I'm not sure. I think 100 might be the point where it would be about 50-50. And the further you go over 100, the further the chance would skew in the favor of people. But once again, it really depends on the assembly of people you have fighting the gorilla. And 20 well-trained new dudes have a 50-50. Use guerrilla warfare needs 12 hours of sleep. We need 8. Someone said you could turn a few humans' bones into weapons. Well, this is one of those things where, yes, but I don't understand the locale in which we are fighting the gorilla. Is it in a coliseum? Because whenever we talk about this fighting animals thing, I am under the assumption everyone is dropped into a featureless coliseum, a flat area where you cannot run away and escape, and it is a fight to the death. I mean, I guess you might be able to fashion a bone weapon. I don't know how long that would take. Gorillas breaking the bones for us? Sufficiently large collar? Because we don't have a way to, like, chop the fucking leg off. We would have to have, like, a perfectly fucking, like a bone shard fly out or something. Thank you, Oregon Death Race, for the 17-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Best chance for the gorilla is the Street Fighter training stage. We have teeth. Pimp, I am sorry, but I may not know if 100 people are capable of defeating a gorilla, but if I was in charge and 10 people started chewing on some asshole's leg, trying to bite it off and fashion a bone weapon, I would probably kill them. Do you know how fucking long it would take to fully remove a bone from someone's leg with people just biting it? We're not vampires, bro. We don't have great teeth for cutting shit. Sure, 99 people could get a few... Okay, but like, what is the gorilla? Is the gorilla... You're going to come to a gentleman's agreement where he goes and beats his little fucking smaller than average in the animal kingdom dick? Not in the corner since it's a circular coliseum, but on the opposite end while he waits for you? No fucking way. No, it is. It is. You've literally have no idea what you're talking about. There's no fucking way. Maybe you guys are a different breed than me. But biting through all that muscle and tendon and ligament and then bone? What the fuck kind of teeth do you... Are you all British? Maybe if we were maybe if the discussion was 100 British people, I could see that strategy. You got some fucked up teeth. But I thought this was an American Central conversation. We seduce the gorilla. Does that count as victory? Yeah. Can a negotiator distract the gorilla? The fuck do you all think? Dude, even like I've tried to eat like a big ass cooked steak with just my teeth, and even a cooked steak is pretty fucking tough at times if you're not using silverware. Just take bites out of, and that's a cooked steak. Muscle? I don't know, man. I think some of us are living in different universes with this one. Later, Vok. Rare or medium steak? I found a game on Steam called 100 Men versus 1 Gorilla. We gotta play that if it's multiplayer. That sounds amazing if it's a multiplayer game, dude. That sounds so fucking funny. Misa Coco the Gorilla, where 100 of us brave warriors fight to try to, like, not... Like, 25 of us will be biting Dirty Dan's leg trying to fashion a weapon. And then the rest of us will be killed, and they'll have made no progress whatsoever. Making bone weapons are a waste of it. Yeah, I think that's the dumbest thing that's been... I think the only thing dumber than the chewing to make a bone weapon is the fucking 20 fat people could beat a gorilla. I don't know. Imagining the first dumb fuck to bite into the gorilla and they start gagging from the sheer potent taste of spewing blood. I don't know if they're gonna get that blood though, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. The most dangerous thing a human can do with their mouth, outside of Dirty Dan's mom, is infecting you with all of the shit bacteria that's in the human being's mouth. We have nasty mouths. And if you get bit by another person, you need to take antibiotics. But I don't think that's going to be a valid strategy against a gorilla. Thank you, ZZ, for 75 months. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. One of the humans is a specialist in making bone weapons. You still have to get the bone out, though. Because the assumption there would be you would need a bone specialist who specializes in extracting bones without the aid of tools. Someone pokes the gorilla's eyes out. I think that's one of the strongest strategies you could possibly implement. I think that is the weakest point of the gorilla for sure. What if instead of 100 regular humans, it was a 100 Waffle House managers? A bone specialist? Yeah, a bone specialist. Man. What if one of the humans bite the gorilla's tongue? What do you think, we're fucking in an anime where the gorilla's gonna be playing soccer and his fucking tongue's just gonna be hanging out so he can get into the flow state and kick some mad goals? What the fuck? How are you gonna get to his tongue? What are you talking about? Some of you guys are just sickos. I'm going to say it. Some of you weren't raised right. I wasn't either. But how do you even fucking think of that? We started kissing it? Yeah, what the fuck? Huh. Can we learn our lesson with Harambe? What's going on, Majin? Watching anime with Otter? There's this stupid soccer anime I saw on Twitter months ago. There's this guy, it's called like Blue Archive or something, and the dude's like just got his tongue out like he's a zombie or a ghoul while he's playing soccer. Blue Lock, whatever. We need a Trinus fan art, okay? Like, I think this may be the first time. I am requesting a Trinus special from the man, the myth, the legend himself. I need this in my life. Hold on. Let me fucking find something that illustrates it. Okay, we're gonna watch a TikTok, ladies and gentlemen. You guys like tiki-takis? Want some of that Brian rot? Let's watch a TikTok so you can see what I mean. This guy right here. Like, I need a gorilla doing that shit. Like, he just has his tongue out like that while playing football. But that would never happen in real life, as Giselle would say. There's no way a gorilla's going to be doing that. Why do you have this? I googled the name of the anime and tongue. I thought that people who use Twitch would know what Google is. Show that to the gorilla, it will take care of itself. Blue Archive, now we know what anime Tolo's looking up. Don't rot the brain. Or the Brian, excuse me. It's Bunny Mind Control. We asked ChatGPT. Oh, dude, Abuela actually admitted to me that she hates paperwork and uses ChatGPT to write all of her reports. And I thought that was very funny. There's a humanizing Abuela story. It's like, wow. I wouldn't tell that to me, but you do you, lady. I don't blame her. No, it seems like a really useful tool if English isn't your first language and you can speak it well, but have trouble with writing it in a professional sense. Like, I really do get it. Like, it seems like a valid enough reason to use it for me. How old is she? She's like 60, 65. I'm not sure. ChatGPT is literally turning us into a hive mind. Sweat creates an aura of speed that makes him feel hotter, so he has to stick his tongue out. It's like 50 guys if they're all wearing female gorilla suits. Female gorilla suites! Zach and Cody, what happened to you? What the fuck is this? Can you give her my number? Literacy is plummeting and I suspect AI has a hand in it. Emails like 4 sentences. I don't need a robot. No, I agree with you, but I have a strong grasp of the English language, believe it or not. Not everyone who's an immigrant does. 100 guys beat a gorilla if the gorilla was on crack. Bro getting freaky with the gorilla? Yeah, it sounds like Lloyd just wants to be fucked by a gorilla. I didn't get the obsession with ChatGPT image generator. I already went through that phase with DALL-E 3. Great SIF content. Okay, I'm turning into a Facebook mom. Because I found a picture that I think is the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen. And any time, it is universally applicable to my Discord. Like, someone, you could take like any random comment someone says in there, hit him with the monkey face, dude. This shit is also me talking to Genesis. This is my favorite fucking image on the Citadel. That's fucked up. Is it a minion? No, it's the monkey face. Crack is extremely toxic to gorillas. It won't help them. Boomer. Dude, it is impressive how bad they are at writing emails sometimes, huh? Needs a caption? I don't think it does. I think it's perfect just the way it is. I think Bruno Mars would agree with me. Fucking hate those kinds. Why? It's good. Look at them. What 7 TV emotes are trending these days? I'm out of date. I find DeepSeek the best AI tool. You just said it after anything. Yeah. Yeah, you can. My face when Misa Coco posts. What's your favorite Bruno Mars song? The one he has with the K-pop girl. APT. Survival situation. Could you fight a gorilla? No, fuck no, dude. I couldn't beat most wild animals in a fight. I think I can beat some dogs, and that would be about the limit of it. I don't think I could beat those fucked up, like, XXL bully, like, princess smashers. But I think I could beat, like, a standard poodle. I don't think that's unreasonable. Goes without saying. No, I think there is one who could defeat a gorilla 1v1. You know who it is? Dang, I can't find the picture. Fuck. This guy. I think he could beat a gorilla one-on-one. But that's the only human I would put money on. What could you beat 100 of? I think I could beat 100 ducks. Would you beat Ketsuki? I'm being completely honest with you now. I'm not ripped. I'm not muscular. But I'm probably in the best physical form I've ever been in my life. And Ketsuki sits there crying about like fear and hunger all day. There's literally no way. I could beat like 100 Ketsukis. Easy. I have endurance. Dude, my cardio is so insane. He'd make the gorilla his ally. Banjo's like the Rizzler of dogs. He really is. Your chat and Discord can only beat their stupid ass dick. You're just mad. Maybe Ketsuki is on steroids and weighs 300... No, dude, Ketsuki's a fucking idiot, though. If they weigh 300 pounds, all you have to do is say you're bad at video games and then run away, and they're going to overexert themselves and have a heart attack, and their blood pressure is going to skyrocket, and you win just by running away. Last few Ketsuki images I sent you? Did I? I don't fucking recall. Let me see. Oh. What the fuck? Okay, you know what? I take it back. Okay, well, we got some new Ketsuki lore, everybody. I'm sure you're very excited to see this shit. Well, what a gift from Ghost by Go. You know, every day I'm so happy he's around. So I strengthen my core and I have only a healthy amount of muscles, like a tiny six-pack and some tiny muscles for arms and legs. Nothing. I like how they say like they have muscles for arms. So I just imagine like they've got like deformed little like tormented one arms and it's all they have. Like the rest of the arm is gone. It's just like some muscles, like some vestigial fucking muscles for arms, of course. Yeah, they definitely use ChatGPT to write their game. I am 152 centimeters. I am a small girl. Why would I want to be buff? Ha! You cannot date your own family. I think my love and bond with my guy is thicker than with my brother or so. I'm so glad that I have Ghost by Go to be like a light in our lives and show us whatever the fuck this is. Like, I really needed to know that they're talking about you cannot date your own family. I guess they don't like Coffin of Andy and Lele. Sad. Seemed like their sort of game. Just a small girl with muscles for arms that cannot date their own family. Yeah, I think I could beat them up. Fuck this. Ghost is like a rat in the discords this idiot presides in. So I guess sometimes he's like doing his cushy government database job and he's like, I want to see what this idiot's up to, and just looks like From Heartless Angel Ketsuki and just gets a chuckle out of it and sends it to me. Which I can respect it, I guess. Wasn't for Cooler Man, I wouldn't have known they came back. Can't date your own family, you just shouldn't. I have a feeling that what they mean by that is that they're disowned by their family, and maybe it's not for a lack of wanting, but they just, you know. You could date your brother-in-law. Ghost is a double agent in enemy territories. It's a weird fear. Yeah, it is, dude. We're talking about this person again because they're about to release a game and, like, the people are so fucking excited to play this shit. It's unreal. Like, look at this promotional art where her vagina is protected by a lock, like a heart-shaped lock. Fellas, you have the key. You have the key to see Ketsuki. Hello, Sigi. You gonna play it? You're goddamn right. I'm gonna play it. It's gonna be the funniest shit I've ever played, and I know what's gonna happen. It's because this person's like the. This is the kind of person who, just because the universe has a sense of humor, would make like the fucking most cash money Kino game ever, and I'm gonna love it. And I'm gonna begrudgingly be like, you know what? They may have tiny muscles for arms, but their game's all right. The fucking lock made me spit. I mean, we could like let's look up the fucking page for it so we could get hyped, get that hype train going for this video game. And you know, if I play it, even though I really don't like this person, if it's good, I'll give them props. I'm not going to be that unfair. It would be kind of funny if they ended up being like really good at that one thing, and then they realized they were good at it and became less of a dog shit person. We love a redemption arc, right? Okay. Heartless Angels now back on itch.io. New demo version coming this month. Hoip. Has the world lost its light and humanity its hope? Will you be its blight, a slayer of grim scope? Grant them mercy's grace, their spirits to mend, or fall to chaos's embrace where madness is the end. Since forever the conflict of light and dark has raged, yet now with your arrival its end may be staged. Assume the role of Ketsuki, born of a forbidden act, a girl of opposing forces, her sanity yet intact. I still haven't decided if they use ChatGPT or Ice Spice to write this. Will you hold fast to reason or let despair consume, bring hope to humanity or herald its doom? Will you bend your knee to fate's decree or forge your own path in this dark fantasy RPG? Damn. Man. You can, I think, like, people have been saying if they use those M dashes, it's a telltale sign of ChatGPT. But, I mean, you saw the way they typed prior, so I would say it's a safe bet. Heartless Angels, a choice-driven, atmospheric RPG. It weaves captivating story and is designed to address the most common flaws in traditional RPGs. Its combat system delivers a deeply immersive and tactical experience. Fights have different challenges or choices. Shape the story through impactful decisions that influence not just the outcome, but key points of the narrative journey. Enjoy immense replayability, where the consequences of your decisions carry lasting weight. The world remembers. Battle and conquer over plus 150 unique enemies, each with distinct appearances and abilities. Forge alliances or rivalries. Every monster and character can become a friend, foe, or servant. Even bosses. With a special soul extraction system or friendship. Experience combat free from RNG shackles, emphasizing pure strategy and tactical depth. Say goodbye to frustrating mechanics like instant death attacks or stun lock. Dark Souls inspired build-up meters instead is balancing all status effects with logic and combos. Explore a vast skill tree to fully customize your abilities tailored to your playstyle. Engage in a turn-based combat enriched with tactical layers and powerful summons. Encounter enemies with unique sprites, even on the map with no random encounters. Stun and ambush or eliminate weaker enemies directly on the map for strategic exploration. Uncover a sprawling world brimming with adventure, mystery, and secrets waiting to be revealed. A classic and yet modern take of an RPG is here. So how are we feeling about this so far, gang? Thank you, Raider, for the 28-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Looks epic. Chills. So rad. Oomphy. Peak cinema. I got that impression, too. It felt like they were taking, like, yeah, no more shitty coin flips in this epic game that I'm making. No more RNG and instant death attacks. I got that impression, too. Ketsuki is a spirited young girl brimming with mischief and a thirst for adventure, caught in a perilous conflict between two powerful forces that aim for the destruction of the other. Though yet inexperienced, she possesses immense potential to overcome the calamity she embodies. Driven by a longing to reunite with her mama and restore her fractured family, Ketsuki grapples with uncertainty about her father's true ambitions and her own conflicted feelings towards humanity, demonkind, and her place in the world of Phantomia. Her unique dual-wielding style and ability to manipulate souls makes her a terrifying force. Pride courses through her veins, tempered by sharp intelligence. She never underestimates her foes, even if she likes to make fun of them. Rose is the head maid of Lucifer's castle. She was once human, but her past is haunted by a brutal and enigmatic tragedy. The details remain veiled, but humanity's betrayal left deep scars. Reborn as a demi-demon through Lucifer's intervention, giving her a second chance at life. She pledges unwavering loyalty to the Tenchi family, but Rose secretly weaves her own schemes in the shadows. She is driven by an unrelenting desire to find her lost sister and punish those who wronged her, the holy order of something being one of her targets. Often she seems kind, but roses have thorns. At times, Rose envisions herself as a maternal figure to Ketsuki or yearns for a deeper connection with her beloved master. In battle, her serene facade crumbles, revealing a fierce warrior who wields devastating blood magic. No! There are other characters in the game. I just want to spoil everything. Let's go! Oh, from Matt001, this is incredibly blessed. Look, Matt's an influence on Ketsuki. He's doing this fucking, like, praying hands thing, and now Ketsuki... I think Ketsuki's like a little baby duck. Ketsuki's imprinting on Cooler Matt. We're getting the wheelchair reference in the game. How sweet. What friendship in remarkable places. Alright, let's do the intensive battle test. I will show you what happens when you try to hurt my family. You won't even lay as much as a finger on my father. They already took my mother from me. I cannot allow them to take my father as well. She's going like Goku Blanco. Violating Rose does not seem like a good attack name when there's a main character named Rose. I wonder if that's going to have like a special character interaction. Bro, I'm not going to lie. This is mad chillcore. I think I'm going to take the Ketsuki pill. I want to find like a group on the internet for recovering epileptics and be like, hey, this is a great game about the struggle of epilepsy. And see what happens. This looks way better than Fear and Hunger, dude. There's no coin flips. Thank you, Matt Mang, for the 89-month resub. I appreciate it. You want to know what... Okay. There is a specific game that this is reminding me of. Do you know what it is? It's X Ross Generations. I hope they have an epic fucking like anime cutscene at the beginning. They're like next gen X Ross Generations. I like how he's killing a furry, or at least it looks like a furry. Do you think that's named after the Sergal guy from Fear and Hunger? They're probably going to have, like, a stupid little goblin that dies in one hit named Tolomeo in this game. Oh. I thought something was going to happen. This looks mad fucking annoying with how much health the enemies have. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Chills. Okay, now it's Kino. Is this the game of the year? I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I think I like it. I like how he just does like a little molestation slap, the ghost. No, everybody, literally everybody loves me. I'm the champion. That ghost hits really fucking hard. We're watching the trailer. It's like the combat demonstration. This isn't out yet. The demo's coming out this month. What's good, Dumb Duck? We're watching the demo for Heartless Angel Ketsuki's new game. This is literally just Pokemon Island where they give the enemies like 7 billion fucking health for no goddamn reason. Like, they're not the enemies aren't even doing anything. What, are they gonna spam Roost? That's literally the worst part of these fucking RPG Maker games, is giving like everything 7 billion health. So like, there's functionally no difference from like the first 10% of the fight in the remainder, and you could literally cut it in 1/10 and it would be a better experience. Have any titties? I think so. Thank you, Ricky, for the 39 months. I appreciate it. I don't know, maybe it's more fun to play than watch. Hello, Phil. Thank you, Metal Breach, for 94 months. Oh, no, we don't do toilet paper, bro. We use McDonald's napkins. You know I am going to play it, but we get hella uptight about... Well, when they initially left the Fear and Hunger community in 2022 or whenever the fuck Termina came out, 4chan was making porn of their character and they really did not like it. And one of my mods was talking to me about, like, I want to commission Guro art of Ketsuki. And I'm like, I don't know about that one, dude. Because it's so clear that it's a self-insert, you know? They'd probably say that's a death threat to them. Like, they drew my character getting killed, and that character's me, and this is a threat to my life. It's a bit much. No, it is. Even the porn shit is a bit too much. $100 gorillas versus... Well, dude, literally nobody could beat Katsuki. She the best. Do they have an onion? This game fucking sucks. They have an onion golem. Most exhausting JRPG battle I've ever seen. To be fair, there was a thing at the beginning that said it was like a challenge to win without the help of Lucifer, so maybe this is supposed to be like an extra difficult, like, optional challenge. And maybe it's just because I haven't played the game, so I don't have a frame of reference, but it doesn't look like that much is happening to me from the enemy side of things. It kind of just looks like they're punching bags. And Ketsuki's been at full health like the entire fucking time.
You make it too easy. Know your place.
You think that's Ketsuki's real voice? Okay. Alright. That was a very nice trailer for a downloadable game. Thank you, Cracky Poppy, for the resub. What's up, dog? How are you? Text looks so hollow for how much work must have gone into animating. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just a tech demo, you know? I stole it from some show. Self-insert when the dev just wants to fuck the character. A thank you, Bunyip, for 46 months. UFO Porno, T-Dog Son, Tolomeo, and Chat and Banjo. He doesn't have a tail anymore. Spamming bait. No, they were using special attacks, but I don't know. I feel like a complete dick because it's a creative endeavor, and I don't really want to be like, fuck your creative endeavor. But I felt, and maybe this is just me, maybe I'm sensitive, maybe I'm a delicate little flower, but in that description it was like, gone or the RNG instant death. It felt like it was like shitting on Fear and Hunger, and they've shit on Fear and Hunger in the Discord, so they've been really horribly and unnecessarily critical of other people's work. But I hope they end up making a good game. That would be nice. Sometimes when you're in the shitter, all you need to do is like make something good that's yours and have people like it, and then you can do a 180. So hopefully it ends up better than it looks. That would be kind of cool. I think it would be funny. Like I don't like Ketsuki, but it would be kind of funny for them to have like a mad comeback arc where they're like a celebrated game dev on the stream. That would be the funniest outcome. And the funniest outcome is usually the best one. Thank you, Silver Hobbit, for the 44-month resub. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Ketsuki becomes the female Vetus? There's no way. They don't have the output that Vetus has. They never will. No one does. If Vetus was a penis, he'd be the guy with donkey emissions in the Bible. Have a limit as to how long ago a birthday happened in order for a person to have a... How long ago was it? Funniest outcome is everyone pretends they like this game and they get a more $1 billion. April 4th. Sure. Thank you, Splitting, for the 80-month resub. I appreciate it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Bunyip, Metal Breach, Ghost by Ghost Wife, Luminous Emerald, and anyone else who has a birthday since the last stream. Happy birthday to you. They create the best game ever, but it's revealed they cheated in their own promo materials. That would be funny as fuck. That would be funny as fuck. Absolutely. Damn. Huh. I mean, shit, if we get more high-quality content, then so be it, right? Ultimately, what the people want is entertainment. If it comes from me, if it comes from Ketsuki, who gives a fuck? How'd you like Wilds? Is it Tolo approved? Yeah. Yeah, I had a night where I was just like... I felt like I was crazy because when I beat games, I like to go and see what other people think of them just to see how my thoughts measure up with others. And I had a bunch of people saying, like, Base World was so much harder, and I called them all idiots. Because I know they're posers, because the only way you could think World was harder is if it was your very first Monster Hunter. And if you didn't actually play it at launch. Because what I remember from Base World when that game first came out, everything died immediately to flash pods, because you could flash pod stun lock every monster with wings in the game. And the hardest monster was like fucking Teostra in Base World. Now, is Wild super difficult? Of course not. But I think that I think that Arkveld and Gore Magala are harder than fucking Teostra, personally. But I guess, that's just like my opinion, man. Like, are there really gonna be people who say that Xeno'jiiva was harder than Zoshai? Yeah, probably, but that's just insane to me. Thank you for the resub, King of Kieran. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Lunastra not in baseball. No, Devil Joe wasn't. Lunastra wasn't. The Arch-Tempereds weren't. Leshen. Behemoth. I feel like I'm missing some other shit. Arkfell kind of beat my ass. Both fights are boring as fuck. Like the octopus life. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a casual now because like that game wasn't that hard. But I was glad that we. My favorite part, and I'm the complete polar opposite of everyone who played this game. Apparently, people hated low rank because it's like the story. But for me, it was like new monster, new monster, new monster, new monster, new monster, and it's like actual new shit. And so yeah, it was easy. Like if everything died on the first try, but if you want to play those games to be like, oh my god, I'm so good, play Frontier or your opposer. That's what it really boils down to. Because if you're just basing things based off the difficulty, there's no reason to play anything but Frontier. But that would be a stupid thing to say because difficulty only matters to a point. I kind of liked it. Like, yeah, they were easy, but new cool monsters like Shuwu. Like, it wasn't stupid bullshit like Palomu or Pookie Pookie. Like, all of the new designs were pretty cool. So, I liked it. I like Base Wilds way fucking better than Base World. That's for sure. We'll see what happens with these updates. I will say, to be fair, I think so far the updates from World have been stronger than the updates for Wilds. I'll give a little bit of credit where credit is due. It feels like they haven't really added a whole hell of a lot. But maybe I'm misremembering how quickly shit came out for World. Entirely possible. I had like 10 minutes of yapping before and after each story. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Stupid party requirements in the story section. Most cute, but the fight isn't fun as something as an Odogaron. New content's mainly just cut content. I mean, that's been the story for Monster Hunter fucking forever. Like, that was definitely the case with Rise, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was cut from World as well. Playing more Wilds until a bunch more content gets dumped. The drip feed kind of kills it for me. So an Alma versus Handler, you already know what I'm going to say. The Handler's the worst shit ever. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it's just insane to me because what were the standout fights in Base World? Like, if we're being genuine, what were the standout new monsters? There's Legiana. Odogaron was really good. Odogaron and Basilgeuse, in my mind, were the standouts in World. And Base World, those two were very good fights that should never... Like, if we're going to keep recycling things forever, those two should never go away. But you got, like... What? Xeno'jiiva. Valhazak's alright. I guess Nergigante's okay. But if you're going to say, like... all that shit plus like Anjanath, Toby, Pookie Pookie, Palomu versus Nudra, the other fucking octopus, the big fat ass whale, Jindahad, Zoshaya, Arkveld. I think it's just better in basically every fucking way, personally. I think the only thing I would say about that game is it was a shame there wasn't like a new invader style monster like Basilgeuse, because I remember Basilgeuse was a fucking terrorist in the base game where it, like, anytime you fought anything, guess what? Basil's there within 30 seconds to bomb your ass with semen. It was fun. Constant dragon pierces on new recovery animations feels great. I don't know. I even like some of the early ones. I can never fucking remember their names because they all have weird ones in Wilds. But the bear... Doshugama. I fucking love Doshugama. Like, I don't think any new monster in, like, the early half of World has anything on Oshugama. Or Doshugama, excuse me. Thank you, Enthusiasm Holstered, for the 20-month resub. I appreciate it. I like that fight way more than, like, Anjanath. I guess Anjanath would be, like, the equivalent for when you fight Doshu in that game. And Anjaneth's kind of grown on me. Like I don't hate that fight as much as I used to, but I just really like the roster of Wilds more. I think the difficulty's kind of a stupid complaint because I would rather have new interesting stuff that isn't quite as hard. I would like more difficult fights, but I number one, I don't suffer from like the psychosis that leads people to believe base world was hard. Stuff like Arch-Tempered Nergigante, yeah, that shit sucked. That was hard. Leshen and Behemoth were AIDS. But before those, and I guess Luna. But outside of those guys, like, I don't really feel like there was any standout difficulty in World, especially before the updates. Like the Guardian monsters, I think they're okay. I will say one of the things I don't like about Rise is that stupid thing where it's like, you're about to die, the screen flashes. And I'm sure you can turn it off, but it's just, I don't know. How many monsters were in base world? I think it had more, but it had a lot of shit from like the older games. Because you have like Great Jagras, Great Gyros, Dodo Gamma, bunch of like random shit like Tetsuyaku, Kuliyaku. I mean, even the Rumpompolo, the stupid ass like Sir Apollyon based monster, the Fart Slave. I think that kicks the shit out of like any of the early game monsters in World for me personally. They really went quality over quantity in my opinion, but that's just like my opinion, man. No. So in Wilds, if a monster is about to use an attack that's going to kill you, the screen will flash, like your health bar will flash indicating that you are about to die before you get hit. So you better really try to avoid this one. World had 34, Wilds has 29. Is that World after the updates or base World? The Ballerina Spider is pretty cool. You know, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I feel like the weak point of Wilds is high rank. Like the beginning of high rank. You go from fighting all this cool new shit and it's like, hey bro, wanna fight Yankutku? Hey bro, heard you like Gypsaros. Like, fuck off, man. I don't want to see this fuck. Like, get this dude out of my face. More scenes like where you fight Nursilla and Ice Shard Cliff theme plays. I think Jindahad's one of the better big monsters they've made. High rank and immediately Rathians everywhere. See, I really like Wilds. I think I'm almost certain I'm going to end up enjoying it more than World. But we'll see. I think it's so funny that back when we played World all the time, I used to say they should segregate skills based off of whether they're combat skills and like miscellaneous skills. Like you should have slots for things like that are maybe combat effective but not like plus damage. Like things like earplugs or whatnot. And they kind of did that in Wilds. There's still damage skills that go on armor, so they didn't go far enough. But it's a step in the right direction, in my opinion. Jin had me clenching the first time I fought him. I didn't realize you had to break the environment to die. Yeah, I died to that too. Mushroomer works well because now weapons feel distinct. Yeah, I like that you can get shit like Punishing Draw on a great sword now. I like it a lot. I'm a big fan. But I'm telling you, like, after we were done with that, me and Autumn went back to Rise, and we just went straight in and fought Malzeno, and I got violated, bro. I got freak-offed by Malzeno. Like, the first time I tried fighting him, because I didn't remember how to use the wire bugs, it was bad. it was fucked up, dude. You plan on playing the replay? No, dude. Fuck Oblivion. What's going on, Sun Zero? Bring back weapon lengths now. I was thinking that too. That would be kind of cool, but I will admit in Frontier, it's like you use long or very long. You're kind of trolling if you don't use those. If I don't like the gameplay design, you're allowed to like and dislike whatever you want. I just think it's not even necessarily that I think Zoshia is like the best. I just think it's way better than Xeno'jiiva. That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, I would personally be confounded if you told me you would rather fight Xeno'jiiva than Zoshia. Because Xeno'jiiva just kind of goes and dies for like 20 fucking minutes. It gets well past time. We got a new weapon. It's time for the Tonfa. DD2 is fucked because of Monhun. Felt so cool soloing it. Anything about Monster Hunter, but Uthduna looks cool, so that's cool to me. That thing's funny because it's such a stupid piece of shit. It just like body slams you over and over, and it does these beautiful like whale blimp aerial body slam maneuvers. It's like watching a fucking like my 600-pound like Amberlin Reed go swimming, except there's no water. He does it in the air. Like, I would fucking kill for an Amberlin Reed Uthduna mod for Monster Hunter Wilds. That'd be the funniest thing I've ever seen. It's funny, I watch it slam on top of me. Yeah, Autumn always gets hit by it too. It's so fucking funny, dude. It always makes me chuckle hot. It's one of my favorite things to fight. Because what the typical Uthduna is like, I think it looks like a fucking crocodile, and she thinks it looks like a whale. So we argue for the first 5 minutes about whether or not it is a crocodile or a whale. And then Autumn dies to the body slam. Cinema. My favorite monster since my favorite's definitely Shu Wu. That thing is so fucking cool. And parrying that big ass like grapefruit technique charge attack gives me a bonner. Love that you can just drop walls and shit on it. Second Slam is so hard to keep on camera for. What a good game. I've got like a sick little worm in my head to play that new Doom game. I don't think it's something I would end up playing on stream. But I like Doom 2016. The Fire Octopus better. I don't know why. Fire Octopus is kind of like... He's really cool too. But he kind of just like... eats shit and dies. DSP says the new Doom game... Brother, I don't... It's not even a DSP specific thing. I don't give a shit what other people think about the game. Sometimes I do in the sense of like, I'm curious what they think compared to me after I've beaten something. But it's not like, oh shit, this guy said it's bad. I guess I'm not going to play it. Wolf guy in this visual novel is buff. I enjoy mutilating fire puss. We need to dispense with the notion that Obama doesn't know what he's doing. That's what I'm saying. The motherfucker's scamming us. I don't even know what to do with myself. I think maybe... DSP apparently hit the algos by raid. That's what he needs to do. He just needs to start saying like off the wall shit and just like controlling the narrative. He just needs to be like, From Software 2. Like, I miss that DSP. Like these fucking From Soft fans are all idiots and cockadookie mumblefuck nonsense, beating themselves up like, oh, it's so hard. I fucking miss that DSP, dude. That was the funniest shit ever. Please check DMs. Oh my god. We're gonna have to put this one on the wall. How do you make this shit so fast, bro? Alright, Trinus came through for us. You still think you could beat him in a fight? New Doom is just woke shit for people with AIDS in the brain. He did not say that. Never forget DSP dicking down Ring City. Yeah, he beat Freed before Lobos did, too. Lobos got outperformed by peak performance DSP. Funniest shit I've ever seen. Funniest shit ever. You got the Ninetales Naruto eyes. And 1v1 him in Call of Duty. Why the gorilla looking kind of handsome though here? Yeah, for those of you not in the Souls lore, people watch DSP whenever he'd play a new FromSoft game just because he was traditionally really bad at those games. And people would like to make fun of him and like watch him get mad. Myself included. I think his Dark Souls 2 playthrough is one of the funniest things ever. But you have to give credit when credit is due. One of the funniest things I've ever seen is DSP beating Midir in like 20 minutes or some shit. And he struggled a lot with base DS3. I remember he was like screaming at Pontiff because the music was too loud and he couldn't focus. But he dicked down Dark Eater Midir and then started posting on Twitter like, I don't know why everyone thinks this fight's fucking easy. And he's right! When he's right, he's right! But it was just one of the funniest things ever because I don't know how it is nowadays, but when Dark Eater Midir came out before people who were good at the game figured it out for everybody, people thought that was like the hardest fight in Souls. Like, just it was fucking impossible. It's so bullshit. Fucking Midir. For months, dude. It was like a, if you've never played Souls but you played Monster Hunter, think of a Latrian level ass mad. Where like years after the fact, people are complaining about Elatrian World being the hardest thing ever. Same thing with Midir. It's just like you have to very slightly adjust the way you do things. And you don't even really have to. You could beat him without hitting his fucking head. I did it the first time and it was fine. It just took a while. But there was something about that fight that really just rustled people's jimmies. Freed the hardest of the DLC. Honestly, I think she's harder than Midir. It's been so long, I don't even really remember which one I found to be the hardest. I think for the challenge runs, honestly, the Demon Princes for like level 1 no roll shit, the Demon Princes are definitely the hardest. Because like you have to, like in phase 2 when he does that thing where he does like a back step and then wind gust, you have to like learn the timer for when he's gonna do it and like sprint way the fuck behind him once you know he's about to use that attack, like a few seconds in advance, or you get hit by it and you stagger and you just eat shit and die. But that's only for the no roll run. If you're doing like a level 1 run, it's whatever. Midir and Gale are weirdly easy. Yeah, Gale's not too bad. Gale phase 2 is really fucking easy, and so is phase 3. The first phase is the hardest. Old Souls games don't give the bosses health, so people just brute force the games most. That's true. I remember when Ashes of the Ariandel came out, it was 3 health bars? What the fuck? From Software, please. Alright. Well, brothers, I think I should, don't take this as a fucking promise, but I think I should be able to stream tomorrow. I don't anticipate anything getting in the way of that. So we can actually play video games tomorrow, but I'm going to fuck off for now and get some sleep. And by get some sleep, I mean I'm going to jack myself off and eat Rice Krispie treats. All right. Thanks for watching. Sorry I've been gone so long. It won't be... the one thing I will promise is it will not be a month or 2 months before the next one. Take it easy, fellas.